to day 2 of Chord's fall webinar. Biannual. Hi, Stephanie. It's nice to see some new faces here too. Yesterday it was great. Isn't it nice to see people in person again? It feels like it's been years. And this is even more people than we had in June in Ottawa. So we've got so much to do, not just today in forums like this, but every day in between. We still got some jazzy jazz music happening here. I don't mind it. It puts me in a really good mood in the morning. Okay, we're good. We got it. Thank you. I also want to welcome back the people on the Zoom link. In fact, I want to get them to potentially tag in collectively with all of us to ask a quick question and take the pulse of the room. What did you think about yesterday? Okay, we heard it was good. If you don't have a mic, and there are 2 runner mics here, if you want the Zoom link to listen to you, otherwise I'll repeat it. So it was good. Excellent. Good. What did people think about some of the ideas that came out yesterday in terms of the networks of centers of excellence, distinction, specialty networks, and HCP networks? I think we landed on the word networks. Yeah, that was very good. Okay, I'm capturing this feedback live. And was there anything specifically that you would think that we would need to do as a first step to get them off the ground? We spent a lot of time and we collected a lot of your written input, which is great. And Francois, I don't know if Francois is here. I can't bring all of those home, so you have to bring them to Calgary and transcribe them. But what's the first thing from people's perspectives that we have to do in order to get those networks up and going?
Give a pause, give people a chance to answer. I'm looking for victims.
And I'll look online as well.
Yeah, look online. I want to go to Allison.
So online, the chat is, we need to be able to account for rare disease patients taking up beds in our hospitals. I think, Durhan, that's in relation to something that you brought forward. It's there's a lot of rare disease patients that are already in the health system and using up health system resources. And rightfully so, because a lot of them are the most vulnerable. That was actually a key stat that came out around the pediatric hospitals and how much of the PEDS services are driven by rare genetic disorders in particular.
I just wanted to comment on how the collective energy in this room is really infectious, and it would be really nice if we could just keep going with this momentum. I think, the importance of the multidisciplinary piece, the long-term follow-up of these kids, of individuals, and also we didn't talk a lot about adults, but I think that space needs to really grow as well.
Space for adults and kids. Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Any other thoughts from yesterday?
Right, here we go.
Hi, Dale Payne from AstraZeneca. Yeah, I would just echo the last comment. The energy in the room is really infectious, and we had some great conversations. Some of the things that stood out to me, probably the top thing I think is for the need to continue to invest in research and development, especially as it relates to clinical trials, because we've spoken about the access challenges and the time to actually get medications on formulary and reimbursed. So I think if we are able to attract more clinical trials here in Canada, it gives the rare disease, it can show some success at home. And I think we have a stronger leverage with, just the fact that we're doing the research here, we have Canadian clinicians. I think when we're talking to payers, we have a bit of a stronger voice when we've done the work here in Canada.
I did not set you up for that, but thank you. This is such a good segue into the first substantive panel this morning where we're talking about Canadian research. So thank you. Any other thoughts from yesterday? Durhan, your mic running. Normally I'm the mic runner. This is,
It's okay. I'm just trying not to be rude and shove it in somebody's face. So I may just do that anyway. So you know how that goes, eh? Anybody who doesn't look like they got a mouthful of food is a potential spokesperson here.
yeah. So Peggy online said adults need access to some of the testing, and how we get there sooner than later is important, because many of us are suffering taking meds without knowing if they are working. And for some of us, it doesn't feel like they are, but there should be like a format or a forum for specialists to be able to tag in. Yeah, the Jackie as well, genome sequencing process, the whole genome sequencing process. So what can we do about empowering people with more, access to diagnostics? Again, from the floor.
I believe I was very, very happy to see and pleased to see the results of the survey, and look that there is willingness to go for the centers of excellence. And this was something we discussed yesterday on the round table. And I echo what Durhan was saying yesterday, to think also about non-genetic rare diseases, because these are also very important.
Thanks very much. That's great. Yeah.
All right. I can always count on Joan to both be articulate and willing.
I think the thing that I'd like to see, and I don't know if CORE does it, is more working groups. We have certain principles or things that we like as rare groups, rare disease groups to accomplish, things that we want in a rare disease strategy. And we talk about them. Maybe if we had working groups where we are actually a part of them, we can move that conversation forward a bit.
Can you expand on that really briefly? Like, what are the specific topics for the?
Well,
working groups?
again, we talked yesterday about
Yeah.
networks, centers of excellence. Like, what does that mean? What would we like to see from all stakeholder perspectives? And in addition to discussing it, what it does really is it actually provides further education for patient organizations to understand what those networks are, what we expect our centers of excellence to be, so that even if we can't completely be part of the full conversation, we learn from being part of those working groups and in developing those principles. Does that make sense?
It does. Thanks, Joan.
It makes a lot of sense. And it really fits in where we hope we're going to be able to go, because each one of these sessions yesterday, we're saying really would lend themselves to actually having a working group around it, certainly having further exploration and people that can actually champion it. So it's really great. Sousa is one of our long-term clinicians, and really among the Court family is one of our favorite people. So I'm so delighted. She left Toronto sick kids, and we kind of lost sight of her for a little while. And we were just so delighted to know that obviously we knew you were still working in it very much in the area, but you didn't actually come back to us as often, being far away, even though we did invite you a lot. So I'm so thrilled that she's here.
Thanks so much, Sharon. It's absolutely stunning to be here. And I agree with everybody. It's such a unique place to be together with people from all different parts of rare diseases, care, family organization, researchers. Is absolutely thrilled. I'm delighted. The one thing I wanted to suggest, you were asking what should we do next. So we, a little while ago, we embarked on an idea of a national strategy for child health. And the first thing we did is we looked at what is our strength. And I think it matches very well the needs assessment survey, which I really felt was absolutely spectacular. And thank you for sharing it. Thank you for doing it. But the one thing could very much be, how do we care for rare diseases at home, at hospitals, in schools right now? And match that or build a strength analysis, because I think you will see the breadth of rare diseases, advocacy, care, and perhaps that could be the foundation of the network of excellence.
Thank you very much. And yeah, we'll land on that word at some point. I think one of the things the survey certainly showed clearly was how much we don't do. I mean, as we're saying, we're focusing a bit on childhood genetic disorders. We're focusing a lot in terms of the medicines, but beyond that, of course, are huge other issues, certainly that families know that they're dealing with. And so how do we expand that? And how do we actually look at, I mean, it is a tragedy that we don't actually provide the other kinds of supportive care, that we don't provide for medical devices, that we don't provide for the other kinds of needs that families, as we saw there, you know, expend huge amounts of monies for out of pocket. And that money out of pocket is still money out of the whole society. So can we not do a better job so we don't penalize families and individuals? So really, appreciate that. I'm going to take a half a second, if you don't mind, Bill, and I would really like to certainly thank, and we were talking about working groups. I mean, the biggest and the most hardest working group we have in the court community, of course, is our board of directors. So I'd like to take a half a second and introduce our board of directors and maybe ask Kathy on behalf of the board to say a few words. So we've got several of them here and we've got at least one of them online. So Kathy Ivanachko has been chair of the board for a number of years now, has really, I mean, I almost grown up with Cord, and her daughter at least almost grew up with Cord. And I remember not that long ago, it feels like, when your daughter did an entertainment for us, but I guess it's been a number of years now. So this is, you know, we've come a long ways, and they're sitting next to her, of course, is Oksana Illich. She's also on our board of directors and also serves as a board member at large. And Jeeta, I never quite get your last name exactly right, who's one of our new board members, and we're really thrilled to have her coming in, and also I think going to help us bridge some of the issues with the with patient communities also in Quebec, which is certainly a very important kind of a relationship that we need to have. Who else is here? Riyad's here. Is Riyadh here at the moment? He's online. Okay, he was here yesterday in person, I know. Christine White, who is on our board of directors, serves as secretary. She is not able to be with us today for a personal emergency. Brad Alward, who you saw yesterday, Brad's here, of course, and thrilled. I mean, Brad has served many roles, you know, within the health services, and we're thrilled to have him on the board of directors. Catherine Woven, who's also from Quebec, is also online virtual, not able to join us, was here in June, and Callie McNally, who is not here with us today, but also on our board of directors. And I just wonder if Kathy, on behalf of the board, maybe you would like to either come up or stand up there and say a few words, really kind of where the board is now and where we hope that we're going to be and how we can actually do a better job engaging. Oh, fine. Hey.
I'll go up here. Hi, I just wanted to take a minute to say thank you to the presenters. It's been an amazing day yesterday, and I know it's going to be another amazing day today. And I also wanted to say thank you to the participants. We couldn't do this without you. And to have the participants online, to be able to have a virtual part of this as well, has been amazing. So thank you so much for the participants. I wanted to say thank you to the sponsors as well. I can't even begin to say how thankful I am as a rare disease supporter and a mom of a patient with 2 rare diseases. I can't begin to tell you how very, very, very important it is. The biggest thank you I wanted to say is to Durhan, our special whirling dervish that keeps us all going forward in big ways. And I think we're going to see lots of moments.
I did not set her up for that.
You could pay me later. No. And thank you so much to Angela and to Hillary, who do all the work all the time. And I wanted to say thank you to the board as well, and to our volunteers. Joanne has been helping out here this weekend. It's not the weekend. Oh my goodness, it's Tuesday. I don't even know what day it is, because who goes to a conference on Monday and Tuesday? I do. But anyway, thank you all so very much for coming. And I think we're going to be seeing, I feel hopeful. I didn't feel hopeful for a while. And my last conference was the one that happened when COVID just first hit. and half the people weren't able to come, and we were just barely able to make it home before the world shut down. So it's so exciting to be able to see that it's started up again. And I feel hopeful for us in the rare disease world. And it's so good for my heart to have people behind my scenes that I'm not seeing, but that are working towards helping and doing it. So thank you.
Excellent. This is called Just in Time. So yeah, take the time to hang up. Oh, you got the jacket. This is good. Welcome, Connor. You are setting up the next panel, which is fantastic. So Connor Douglas is at York University, and there's so much that's happening in Canada and within Canada. And one of the one of the feedback that we just got when we did a gut check on what we heard yesterday was we want to see more research happen in Canada for rare, because research actually translates into patient care. So that's why I'm really pleased to hand it over to you, Connor, to help lead the next session. And we're going to learn about some amazing things that are happening out of Ottawa. And I forget when I first heard about what was happening with John Bell and viral oncolotics, and it's incredible. So we are so pleased to have some excellent Canadian researchers right here in the room. But over to you, Connor, to introduce them and the subject.
Good morning, everyone. My apologies for running late. It's been a pretty crazy few days, some of which I'll touch on briefly. But indeed, my name is Connor Douglas. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Science, Technology, and Society, which is actually located in the Faculty of Science at York University. And I'm a sociologist of science, technology, health, and medicine, and the leader of an international consortium on social pharmaceutical innovation. Social pharmaceutical innovation, or SPIN, is a response to the complex challenges associated with rare diseases and drugs for rare diseases. I don't need to explain. In other contexts, I would take quite a bit of time to explain those challenges. I don't need to explain those challenges to this audience. The position of our consortium, and I think probably one that we can all agree on, is that the current model of pharmaceutical innovation alone, on its own, will not address the unmet needs faced by rare disease patients. I mean, it simply isn't. There's a significant unmet need in this space. Nor will the current model be able to fill those needs at a price point that's sustainable for healthcare systems. Therefore, radical transformations are needed across the entire pharmaceutical life cycle that stand to offer alternative pathways to more treatments that are more readily accessible. There is a need for alternatives, and there's room for alternatives within this space. The consortium that I lead has drawn on scholarship and activism within social innovation to envisage what radical transformation in the pharmaceutical sector could look like. Now, there isn't time to discuss social innovation in detail, and there isn't really one set definition. One of the common definitions that are out there is that social innovation is a complex process introducing new products, processes, or programs that profoundly change the basic routines, resources, and authority flows or beliefs of the social system in which innovation occurs. I think this is what's needed in the rare disease space, profound change. Some of the key features of social innovation include demand-led rather than supply-driven. Social innovation is directed at capacity building and the empowerment of users and citizens. Social innovation is tailor-made results to specific needs rather than mass-produced solutions to general problems. Social innovation is open and it features collaboration and collaborative approaches, and it involves different actors from different sectors coming from different disciplines. Based on these features, you could see how this kind of approach or this kind of framing stands to be very beneficial for the pharmaceutical sector, but rare diseases in particular. Some common or well-known social innovations: fair trade is a social innovation, microfinancing and lending is a social innovation, carbon trading is a social innovation. To date, there's been a number of social innovations in the area of health that impact our health, either directly or indirectly. Global health and social innovation share important features, such as their highly interdisciplinary character, their focus on solutions and equity, as well as the requirement for cooperation across sectors. There's a number of different social innovations in health that I could mention, which I won't, I'll skip through that. But importantly, there's been a dearth of social innovation in the area of pharma. The Gavi Vaccine Alliance has begun to attend to the development and deployment of vaccines for neglected diseases. And they've done so precisely because many of these conditions are neglected. Again, we can see how this type of framework, this type of approach stands to be of benefit for understanding some of the prospective and exciting approaches that are taking place in the rare disease space. Now, there's a lot more to say to describe why the conventional pharmaceutical innovation pipeline has failed to meet the needs of rare disease patients. But again, I don't need to explain that to this audience. And what we want to do in this panel is talk about prospects, talk about some of the exciting initiatives that could be framed and understood in terms of social pharmaceutical innovation, what kind of alternative pathways they are offering. So in the face of hindrances that have historically thwarted social innovation in the area of pharmaceuticals, we've observed important transformations that are taking place across the national constituencies of our consortium, and that includes France, the Netherlands, Brazil, and Canada. And in the remainder of this talk and of this introductory kind of framing and of the panel, we want to talk about how our own understanding demonstrates how we seek to apply features of social innovation to social pharmaceutical innovation. In drawing on social innovation, we understand social pharmaceutical innovation as collaborative processes, programs, policies, procedures, and/or designs involving diverse sets of actors that break with conventional pharmaceutical innovation practices and processes for the production of safe, effective, and accessible interventions that address unmet societal needs of rare disease patients that are not primarily market-driven. So social pharmaceutical innovation, or SPIN, is a way of understanding initiatives that break with conventional biopharmaceutical innovation. And it's a way of envisaging what social innovation scholars refer to as the adjacent possible, or how pharmaceutical research can be done and developed differently. And again, that's some of what we're going to be hearing about in the panel. Importantly, we see social pharmaceutical innovation in terms of products, whether those could be diagnostics or treatments, but also in terms of processes. As such, we see SPIN, social pharmaceutical innovation, taking place across the entire life cycle of pharmaceutical innovation, from research to production, development, manufacturing, to regulation, coverage, and access. Many of the initiatives that have been presented to you yesterday and that you'll be hearing about today can be framed and understood in terms of social pharmaceutical innovation. Our consortium and the Canadian team that I lead has been looking at 3 cases of social pharmaceutical innovation across the life cycle. The first, it falls into the category of novel R&D partnerships for, across public, not-for-profit and private sectors. And really, we're looking at technological platforms such as Genomics for RD that you heard about yesterday, I believe, that stand to regularize or facilitate those kinds of partnerships. So I think one of the things that Durhan and I have spoken about, and I think one of the things that we're hoping to see in the emerging rare disease strategy are ways of moving from pilots, from experiments, from these exciting initiatives to regularized routine pathways for alternative approaches to, in this case, research. And, technological platforms like Genomics for RD is needed for that. We also look at alternative forms of provision and licensing. Here, I'm not going to say very much because our panel is going to be talking about this quite a bit. But what I will say, and I think what you'll see in the coming panel, is that the science is now feasible for made in Canada immunotherapies and cell therapies. And what's needed now is a rethinking of our institutions to help evolve and support the science that is, was once upon a time science fiction, but is now feasible. So what are the different kinds of institutions and financial models that can make public sector manufacturing feasible? These are some of the big questions that, we've been thinking about and talking about over the past few days at the Summit for Cancer Immunotherapy in Montreal, many of which, the panel here was just also came from, like maybe this morning even, yeah. And then finally, what are the alternative regulatory forms for coverage? The previous 2 forms of social pharmaceutical innovation have been focused on the improvement of availability, right? Increasing the number of treatments that are out there. Alternative regulatory frameworks for coverage is about improving access. And so here, our consortium, the Canadian group, has been focused on understanding managed access agreements, risk sharing agreements. They take a number of different names. We don't have very many of them in Canada. So it was very easy for us to find our case study, an N of 1, if you will. And that was looking at the Canadian Fabry Disease Initiative and what it was able to achieve, but also the barriers that it's faced. And again, how do we move from one-offs, from experiments to pilots into more regularized forms of pathways to make things like managed access agreements more feasible. So just to conclude, as much as social pharmaceutical innovation is a conceptual framework for helping us understand some of the exciting initiatives that our panel is going to be talking about, it's really a call to action to bring like-minded stakeholders together to advance alternative forms of pharmaceutical R&D that really do put patients first. And it seems to be working that way as, again, this was a major point of our discussion at the Summit for Cancer Immunotherapy over this past weekend. Next to this network and community building activity, our consortium wants to add evaluative value to these initiatives. So studying them, what makes them work, what are their barriers that they're coming up against. We want to add comparative value. As I said, the consortium is international. So understanding what is happening elsewhere, trying to understand what is happening elsewhere, and then to really explore how those initiatives might stand to work within a Canadian context. The idea that we can plug and play initiatives from other contexts into Canadian system underestimates the complexity and the system dynamics through which these initiatives are located. Finally, we seek to add additive value. As a group of interdisciplinary social scientists, we want to help advance what we see as social pharmaceutical innovation. And part of that is providing a framework, a language, and a vision for what alternative forms of pharmaceutical research, development, and deployment can look like. So that's my kind of framing of social pharmaceutical innovation. And I think the idea is for us to now talk about some examples of it. So this isn't just theoretical. This isn't just a framing. Their work is being done in this area, and I'll let those folks speak for themselves. Thank you.
Yes, we do. Yeah. All right. Yes, if we could get her up on the screen, that would be
See if we
great.
can get her up. Thank you so very much. And I was so very excited, you know, a little while back when Stephanie approached me to talk about helping to put on a session, a webinar as part of CS, the Canadian Society for Pharmaceutical, I always forget what the scientists. Really, with this idea of, again, how do we enhance made in Canada research? We know, and it's not just, you know, about the cost of the therapy, but it's really about having a footprint in Canada that is able to foster that research and development, but also making sure, as we've said, that we're including the Canadian patients, that we actually including Canadian researchers, and that we actually have in Canada that industry. I mean, obviously, we all agree that this industry isn't just going to serve Canadians. There's no way that, you know, no matter what we're doing, that we're going to talk about therapies that are just for Canada. So how do we make it sustainable? How do we get it, you know, broader field? You heard yesterday from some of our leading clinicians. You heard yesterday from many of the patients that are absolutely innovating what we're doing here. And it is the case that we need for Canada to step up and take its place in that global rare disease space. So we're delighted to actually have the opportunity to talk about what are some of the things. As Connor says, unfortunately, we don't have a whole host of them to talk about, but we do have some that are stunning, and we really want to look forward to some of the other innovations that are happening. Yesterday, as I was walking back, one of the clinician researchers kind of approached me and said, here's a company I've set up. We want to be able to advance, you know, what we're doing here and be able to create therapies based on the needs that have come to us. And that's exactly, I think, what Connor's talking about in this SPIN, which I love the acronym for it. This social, you know, pharmaceutical innovation. What is it that we need to do in order to take those kinds of initiatives, bring them together, and to be able to, you know, bring to market? We have, you know, as we say, right across Canada, these great opportunities. So maybe I'll just start then. And I think we have online. Is Rosenia online here?
It should be working. They're just gonna pull it up and make sure.
Sorry, yes, I'm here. Ah, great. Okay. And hopefully we'll be able to see you shortly. So this is good. And I really appreciate Connor, Stephanie, and John kind of stepping over from the conference they were just at to kind of come into our conference today. Connor says, if it's on Monday, I can't do it, but on Tuesday, I'll make every effort. So here it is on Tuesday. We're going to make every effort to make this work. So maybe I'll just start and, you know, and ask, you know, Stephanie, John, and Rossini, you know, and I'm not sure in exactly what order, you know, we want to talk about at least some of the major, you know, research initiatives that are really not just for rare, but definitely starting with rare. And certainly we're talking about CAR-T, we're talking about viral vectors for gene therapy. Do you want to start with the CAR-T? Would that be this?
I think so.
Okay.
So, John, do you want to get started?
Sure.
John, just introduce yourself briefly and then
Sure.
we'll go into, yeah.
My name's John Bell. I'm a scientist at the Cancer Center in Ottawa. Been there for about.
Yeah, you're not quite getting into the microphone, so it's people say
Okay.
not here.
All right. Is that better? Okay.
Yes.
John Bell, I'm a scientist at the Cancer Center in Ottawa. I've been there for quite a long time now. And when I started my research program, it was really trying to find novel approaches for treating cancer. And cancer is, although it's a huge disease, it's actually a lot of rare diseases in reality because everyone's cancer is a little bit different. And so the dream of finding a single magic bullet to cure cancer, it really has not materialized. And I don't think it ever will because we know that people are so different. So one of the approaches we've been taking and thousands of labs around the world have been taking is trying to find a way to make the patient's own immune system recognize their own personal cancer as a foreign entity and then eliminate it themselves, as opposed to trying to use chemicals to poison the tumor or radiation to try to burn it out. And so for the first, I'd say 15, maybe 20 years of my career, we didn't really see a lot of differences in treatment opportunities for patients, because we were stuck on the concept of using chemotherapy, which we know is really not as effective as it needed to be. But once we took a different approach, and by we, I mean the scientific community, of really trying to understand the disease and how the body interacts with it, the disease, and develop new kinds of therapies, we really started to see a difference in patient outcomes. And so now with these so-called immunotherapies, in some cancers, we're seeing people, even with very advanced cancers, have complete recoveries and walk out of the clinic and have completely recovered. It doesn't happen all the time, but it gave us an inroad into how this could be done. And so one way that this is done is through, as I mentioned, taking a patient's own immune system, taking some cells out of that and reprogramming it using viral vectors that are very commonly used in my field, or developing viruses that on their own can recognize the cancer and go in and destroy it. So when we got into this a little bit more, just to give you an example of how this really started for us in Ottawa, I wanted to design, or I had designed, a virus that I thought would be really effective in treating cancer. So I had to find a place to get it manufactured. And so I couldn't find a place to get it manufactured, and finally found a company in Germany that would do it. And it cost about $1 million, which, this is about 15 years ago. So that was even more money than it is today. $1 million to make a few doses. And so that I realized was not going to be sustainable. And not only that, but because it was, a bunch of yahoos in Ottawa asking for it, we didn't get a lot of attention from the company. It was sort of, they were really more interested in manufacturing for Pfizer and so on, which I totally understand. So we said, let's make our own facility. And with grants from the government, we were able to build a manufacturing facility in Ottawa and get people trained on how to do this, because this was something that was really missing in Canada. And what that's really led to is it's provided us with the opportunity to make all sorts of different kinds of therapeutics now, and test them in patients and find out whether or not they're going to work. And if they don't work as well as we want, we can quickly tune them up and make the therapeutic better. And the one example, as Durhan mentioned, was the CAR T therapy. So these are T cells or immune cells from a patient that you, as I said, that you modify with a virus. And then you put the cells back in the patient, and they swim around the body, and wherever they find a cancer cell, they attack it and destroy it. And it's a living therapeutic, basically. It continues to grow within the body and destroys the cancer. And this was really technology that was well developed in the United States and in Europe, and really was not developed in Canada at all. So we thought this is something we should be able to do, and we put together our concepts to build a manufacturing facility in Ottawa and other places across the country. And we now produce these kinds of CAR therapies, and there are now patients who are out walking around who would have already died of their disease if we hadn't created this therapeutic. So that was part of the story, and that was great. It was an experiment, and we wanted to be able to do that. But the other part of the story, I think, is to what Connor's talking about, is we realized that we could actually make these at a much lower cost than it made by the pharmaceutical industry. So, I know there's people from the pharmaceutical industry here today, and I appreciate all the work they do, but there's some kinds of therapeutics, I think, which are not really suitable to the traditional pharmaceutical industry, because they have other issues they have to deal with in terms of their own sustainability and response to investors and so on. We can actually make these therapeutics for really a fraction of the cost that they're made for by a pharmaceutical company, and give them to our patients. And so we're doing this now, and through BioCounterX, which I think Steph will speak about in a minute, we have a network. And I was very glad to hear you guys are talking about making a network of center of excellence, because that's a great approach. It's worked fantastic for us. We have a network which is allowing us to produce these therapeutics and administer them to patients. And honestly, it's so exciting, and people in our groups are so excited. We think that the sky's the limit for what we can do to try to get these therapeutics to Canadians. at a price that our healthcare system can afford, and also generate more research to do even better for the next generation of patients, which is going to be an ongoing issue. With respect to other kinds of rare diseases, we can also make viruses that can be used in gene therapy, and that's something we're really excited about, and it's something we certainly intend to do more of. So anyhow, I think I'll pass it off to Steph and let her talk about the network.
Thank you so very much, John, and that is absolutely brilliant. And again, you know, what we're talking about obviously is a return on investment that actually comes back to Canada. And again, no disrespect, not to saying that this is instead of pharmaceutical innovation from the companies. This is not instead of having commercially produced therapies, because there's room for both. We're not talking about either or. But if in fact we can make these more accessible and we can make them at cost points that are going to allow more patients to be able to get access to them, and we can return some of that investment back into Canadian research so that we can further what we're doing, you know, we would be stupid not to do that. So, you know, not to say that we're stupid in Canada, but but sometimes we do act like it, right? So really, really great. And I love the, again, the acronym of social pharmaceutical innovation. So Stephanie, are you going to pick it up from here?
Sure thing. So, so first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, the opportunity to continue this discussion. It was music to my ears this morning to hear that you're thinking about creating a network of centers of excellence. BioCanRx is a network of centers of excellence, and all of the work that has been done in CAR-T with respect to our CAR-T program would not have been possible without the creation of this network. And what John didn't tell you is that in 2016, we had our first scientific conference, and our scientists had just come out of a talk from a researcher. I think the researcher was from Vanderbilt University in the US, and just going on and on about the absolutely fabulous work that they were doing in the area of CAR-T, and the scope and scale was just deflating, actually, for our Canadian scientists. And they all came out of this conference room after a day of hearing talks, you know, asking the question, why can't we do this here? And what is stopping us? And it was literally a walk to the local bar and a very vigorous discussion about the fact that we had all of the pieces and we just needed to link them up together. And that's what they did. And so we connected the dots across Canada, because the way that research investments are made in Canada, they're distributed, right? You know, the expression in Canada when it comes to research funding is we really like to spread the peanut butter. And so where networks are critically useful is, you know, linking the dots, I'm going to call it, to the pieces of the peanuts and the peanut butter, and making things go, making things advance. And this is what this network did. So there was an individual, Rob Holt, in Vancouver, that was responsible for the plasmid production. We've heard about John's manufacturing facility in Ottawa, and then who was responsible for manufacturing the GMP grade viral vector that was needed to produce the CAR-T. And then the manufacturing of the final product takes place in Victoria. Now, we're a network, and so being able to spread this around the country is our aim. And this is what we're trying to do right now, is to have more of these manufacturing areas. We call them, you know, point of care sites that are able to deliver products, CAR-Ts, to people closer to home. And so we're rolling this out in Toronto, in Winnipeg, in Calgary, and in Ottawa, so that Ottawa is able to both produce the virus, but also produce the cells. So this will expand our reach. But a key piece, and I hope it's a great example, right, for this you know, network of centers of excellence concept that you're building towards, is that we manufactured our first product, which was a CD19 CAR-T. But now, you know, the engine of research in Canada has really started to rev up. And so we have new CAR-Ts that are on the horizon. Why? Because there's a way to make them. And there are people that know how to make them, and there are people that know how to use them and know how to develop them. And this is really key, right? And we typically refer to this as the critical mass. So we have a CD22 CAR-T that's being developed in collaboration with members of Rossini's group with the NRC, in addition to developing a brand new CAR-T for the treatment of a rare pediatric patient in Calgary in Alberta, where this would not have been a possibility. So we'll talk a little bit more about, what this would mean beyond the clinical trials, I think a little bit later during the panel. But again, music to my ears that you wish to create a network of centers of excellence. They really work to deliver results. So thanks.
Thank you very much. So see that? Maybe we're not ready to pull the plug. You didn't hear the first part of the discussion where there's a little bit of a pushback on the word excellence. So we might want to bring that back into the conversation. And I might update you a little bit on my my webinar that I did with Malaysia last night, where the Centers of Excellence came up as a discussion. And I will tell you, maybe we don't want to choke back on that. Maybe it's a little bit too Canadian to not want to be excellent. So let's keep that in mind, okay? Let's not throw away the term just yet. So thank you guys very much. Rossini, I think we'll turn over to you and then we'll open up a little bit for the panel discussion, because you're going to tell us about something that is absolutely like the codicil to a very important story that actually started in Canada. And we're happy to see how NRC is actually being able to bring this back. For those of you in the court community, you will know that we saw a prelude to this way back early on when we had the presentation around gene therapies and the challenge with, the failure of the first commercial gene therapy, which was discovered in Canada, but actually never became commercialized, and the real impact it had on patients who had need of this therapy, for which there still is no other effective therapy, and for which I know personally some of these patients who are still thriving because of the gene therapy they come. And by the way, I have to say, John, I know the first patient who actually got the CAR-T therapy for pediatric leukemia, and she's now 18 years old and just doing amazingly well, finishing up her last year of high school. So as you say, we know it works. So over to you, Rossini, to tell us what's going on and what you guys are doing in terms of producing these trays of viruses.
Thank you very much. So it's a great pleasure to join this panel, and thank you for the invitation. So yes, I am with the National Research Council of Canada. So for people who may not be very familiar with the NRC, NRC is Government Canada's largest research and development organization. Our mandates are really to help carry out federal policy mandates, to advance scientific knowledge, and to help business innovation in Canada. With the help of the 28th federal budget and an envelope of money that we received at NRC, under this budget mandates, we have initiated a sort of a novel way of working to bring these innovative and very effective, safe, made in Canada cell and gene therapies to Canadians in an affordable and accessible way. So this is a new program that was established at the Human Health Therapeutics Research Center, called the Cell and Gene Therapy Challenge Program. So the mission of this is to develop transformative technologies and implementing them using novel collaborative methods to both develop these as well as to make them accessible. So the program is taking a two-pronged approach to achieve this goal. One is to really develop and implement disruptive technology solutions to tackle the complexities, cost drivers, and bottlenecks confronting the discovery and R&D phase of these cell and gene therapy innovations. And the other is to really to develop key ecosystem biomanufacturing capacities to address the fundamental gap clinical evaluation and really product value creation, really de-risking these in the clinic. So, so for this, really, we're working with Canadian biomanufacturing facilities that are already in operation, like what John was referring to. But also, I'm happy to say that NRC will also have public facilities for biologics production, both for early phase clinical testing as well as for for making GMP products or approved biologics that could address the need for rare diseases, even beyond cell and gene therapies, such as biologics, antibodies, enzyme replacements, and even some of the reagents that we will need in GMP quality for these cell and gene therapies. So we have a representative from NRC, Dr. Vincent Dollar there, and please, you can talk to him to find out more about this initiative. But just to give you a little bit about the Cell and Gene Therapy Challenge program, as it implies, it has two themes. One is really developing, these made in Canada engineered cell therapies, including CAR-T therapies that John and Stephanie spoke about. And as Stephanie said, at onset, we are developing autologous and patient-specific CAR-T therapies, and our first clinic will be the CD22 targeted CAR-T therapy that we hope to bring into the clinic with the network, with the help of the network that Stephanie spoke about. But we are also looking at, as the next step for producing more sort of cost-effective allogeneic off-the-shelf CAR-T therapies. But as in the space of gene therapy, as you heard, our first flagship project is to design, produce, an improved version of an AAV-based gene therapy to treat lipopolylipase deficiency, the LPLD, the rare genetic metabolic disorder, for which there was a made in Canada product, Glybera, that was actually designed, developed in Canada, but was approved in the EU to really only to treat one patient because the cost was absolutely prohibitive. So, we are endeavoring to make a bio better of this and hopefully bring to patients, in the first instance as part of a clinical trial, but hopefully make it accessible as a treatment option for patients in the future. So to do that, we are collaborating with a number of parties. We are collaborating with the researchers who were first involved in developing the original version, the clinical leaders who brought the first product into clinical testing, and Canadian CROs with experience in administering trials and therapies for these rare diseases, as well as Canadian biomanufacturing facilities such as the Biomanufacturing Center, the BMC at Ottawa Hospital Research Institute, who will be actually making the GMP viral product for our early clinical trials. So this is really, we are sort of, initiating this multi-sectorial translational collaboration. This is a really good example of SPIN, and hopefully, through this model, we will be able to, at least make the first steps of bringing these therapies to Canadians at an affordable and accessible fashion. So, these, we have two flagship projects, CD22 CAR-T and a BioBetter Glybera, but we really hope to, keep this going in the future with collaborating with both academia, clinical scientists, and industry. So I'll be happy to talk more about it in our discussion.
Thank you very, very much. And certainly, again, filling a very important niche. I think for many of us, recognizing that there are many places where, in fact, if we could actually engage in terms of understanding the need, using local clinicians, researchers, we actually can begin to fill that need. So let me kind of bring it back to you. And then I've got a question I want to throw out to the audience as well. Maybe I'll come back to you, Connor. Where do you see this going? I mean, you know, it's all fine and well. We're doing research in Canada. We're engaging Canadian researchers and clinicians. We're looking at unmet needs and we're hoping to make, you know, products that are going to be available. How do we take this from being a cottage industry to really being a sustainable, you know, innovative platform for Canada, innovative network?
Yeah, I mean, this is the $1 million question, right? And if I had the answer, then
Would have a billion
then I would be the Minister of Health, or certainly leading the national strategy on rare diseases. But I think the question is the important part. How do we move from experiments, from pilots? How do we regularize and routinize and create pathways for the amazing work that you've heard about on this panel and the amazing work that we study through our consortium? How do we make these things, excuse me, how do we institutionalize them? And part of it is going to require not just changes in the ways in which research is done, because as I said at the outset, the research right now is achieving a significant and substantial achievements. A lot of it is going to be rethinking how we approach research, development, and care. I mean, in Canada, kind of globally, we have this somewhat artificial division between research and care, and it's really prevents and acts as an obstacle to some of the the work that we've been hearing about today. And I know, again, there's been already a talk yesterday about governance issues as it pertains to the circulation of data. But so we need to rethink some of the fundamentals, and I know this is happening right now as well too. The major significant discourses around learning health systems, but it is going to take a rethinking of our institutions and of our practices, and part of the ways in which Canada approaches and deals with these things. There's a lot of specificities in the Canadian context that aren't common in other constituencies. So the need for made in Canada solutions is critical. I mean, we need to reconcile the federal level regulation and the provincial level coverage decisions. We need to reconcile the what's now an artificial boundary between research and care. And I think we need institutional changes and recognition to address those some of those significant boundaries and barriers. And so I'm sorry I don't have an answer for where it's going or how to move from the pilot to the institutionalized pathway, but I think that is precisely the kind of work that needs to be done in order to really to manifest a robust national strategy for rare diseases and to capitalize on the amazing work that's being done by the Canadian scientific community.
And we do know that, as you say, there's no quick, easy solutions, but maybe I'll ask you, Stephanie, is this, the network that you're putting together, is this something that, you can see a pathway in terms of what are the future kinds of innovations that you'll be addressing? Is there the opportunity, or are you looking for venture capitalists to actually invest? Are you looking for partnerships with more traditional, hard to call pharmaceutical industry traditional, but are you looking for partnerships in some cases with the major pharmaceuticals? Is this a route that we're thinking of going in order to get the best right before? Because nobody's saying that this is going to replace what's happening in terms of pharmaceutical innovation. And everybody I've talked to in that space, and certainly the pharmaceuticals, are not saying, oh my gosh, it's going to be a big threat to us to have a made in Canada network. Where are you seeing taking this?
Yes. So yes, always looking for partners. Devising what the proper model will be for these made in Canada solutions is something that we as a network are actively working on right now. I've mentioned that we've built, our manufacturing network. We're making use, right, and devising truly Canadian solutions to our Canadian challenges. And it's the right way to go, right? To echo what Connor has said. This is not going to replace the pharmaceutical industry. And if you haven't already, please read Connor's paper, his
We'll
publication.
put a link onto it. It's a
Yeah,
wonderful
wonderful
paper.
paper.
And it's actually understandable. So, you know, it's great.
What this concept is. And he lays out very clearly, he and the other authors lay out very clearly that the demands are going to increase so much that not one way of doing things is going to be able to meet the need. And this is where we see, perhaps a different path coming forward. So with respect to the models that we're considering right now is utilizing a not-for-profit model in order to make these types of products accessible to the Canadian population. And so we're assembling our working groups. Of course, we're interested in partnerships that could help us think about what this could potentially look like. And really looking to what has been accomplished right now within the social innovation space to see what types of funding models would be applicable to this kind of venture that we're thinking of.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I know that we have a number of people that are here, and I spoke with a really great researcher clinician yesterday about, something he's trying to research in terms of bringing a drug to market. And we talk a bit also, and then maybe Oksana, this light is really a terrible light to look into the audience, and, who's been sitting on the ERDIC committee on repurposing drugs. Maybe Oksana, do you mind just speaking a little bit to kind of what, the International Research Consortium on Rare Diseases has been doing with regard to creating, both a model, but also a toolkit for repurposing drugs for rare diseases? Because we do know that there are lots of drugs out there, either currently being used for other indications that definitely could be repurposed and more deliberately sold for rare diseases. But also we know that there are sitting in many company vaults, drugs that actually could be repurposed. And one of the ones that Ipsen has just brought to market was in fact a rescue drug. So maybe you can just give us a brief comment in terms of what ERDIC has been doing. And is this something that, Stephanie and her group should be looking at?
Oh, definitely. And again, thank you. I've been fortunate enough to be able to represent CORT at the International Rare Disease Research Consortium. It's basically an international group that has been created to facilitate development of the drugs for rare diseases. And they bring together stakeholders from around the globe, since it's international, researchers, pharmaceutical companies representative, patients, groups representatives, as well as the health authorities. We have a representative from FDA, from European Medical Agency. And basically what the purpose of the whole organization, as I already said, to speed up the development of the drugs. And one of the workforces that has been identified is the repurposing of the drug. The first step is basically developing a model of the acceptable and the most suitable drug repurposing, which we done in a small group, and we ended up evaluating and doing an interview with a lot of pharmaceutical companies. We pick up a few drugs that has been successfully repurposed. We approached the basically the owners of marketing authorizations, owners of those companies, and they share with us some of their lessons learned, positive and negative. So we put it all together. The publications hopefully will be coming out in a few months, but it was such a successful experience that the consortium decided to go to the next step and develop the drug repurposing guidebook. So this is right now work in progress. You can Google ERDIC, International Rare Disease Research Consortium, and find what is the status. But the outcome hopefully will be a really step-by-step guidebook with the building blocks of what the company or patient organization or researcher who decided to repurpose certain drugs should be doing at each step of the development. What could be considerations, what questions they should ask, whom they should be reaching, what they should be doing. So we really will see it as basically a blueprint for a company or anyone sponsor potentially to use and speed up that development, to speed up the repurposing of the drugs. of course, the biggest questions, and everyone is asking it, oh, what about exclusivity? How about I'm going to go without patents? Yeah, that's number one. And how I'm going to protect my investment that I used into that research. So we are addressing that as well. And again, it's a case by case sometimes, because sometimes it's the drug that been already on the market. There is no exclusivity. You don't have anything to worry about, but then you want to protect your own research and your own innovation that you're putting into that molecules, which is understandable. So from that perspective, I would encourage everyone to follow IRDIC. Watch out. We will be actually looking for a company who is interested to be a guinea pig by using our guidebook and actually literally using our steps and saying, well, whatever you guys created worked, hopefully, or whatever you guys created didn't work, which is hopefully not going to be outcome. So yes, please kind of, you can reach out to Court, you can reach out to me eventually. My name is, I think, on the court list. And as I said, the IRDIC website is a very good tool. It has a lot of information with regards to the facilitations of the rare disease drug development. Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of IRDIC.
Thank you very much, Oksana. Oksana's done a brilliant job in representing court in Canada there. Wouldn't it be wonderful if there were a Canadian organization, institution that stepped forth and actually, as you say, become one of the first to actually pick up on that? Let me just say very quickly in IRDIC, and maybe you folks would like to think about joining IRDIC, because it's a non-competitive space. And the idea is to, as you say, work collaboratively. We have volunteered between CIHR and Genome Canada and CORE to actually host the next consortium meeting here in Canada. So sometime next September or October will be a great opportunity. We're hoping to engage a whole lot more researchers and organizations to take part. IRDIC is a little known. I mean, number one, it's the stupidest acronym I can ever imagine, but the clinicians and researchers insisted that this made good sense. So never mind, we kind of live with this awful acronym, but really it is an amazing group that comes together, as you say, in a non-competitive way to further diagnoses and to further research for therapies. And now with the patients as part of that organization strongly is to further the access, the availability of these tests and these therapies to the broader patient community. And so it is a wonderful opportunity. I don't know, we're probably almost out of time there, Bill. We've got a couple more minutes. Oh, yes, go.
Hi, I just wanted to make a comment with respect to how we can embrace the research is care model and appreciating the support that we receive from funding agencies like Genome Canada and CIHR. We couldn't do it without them, but we also need our academic institutions to create more academic positions, our research institutions, and our health authorities to embrace the importance of research in clinical care. Because right now we heard about the wait list to see a clinical geneticist yesterday. It's really tough to carve out research time when you've got a 3-year wait list. And so leadership has to change their mentality about the importance of research being care.
Thank you so much. And I'm actually, really going back, to John and to Ursini, part of the challenge, as we know, in getting these therapies to people, only a small part of that is the price of the therapeutic, right? And that's why we're working so hard and talking about it. And as you say, the notion of a center of excellence is so important because we've got to have that whole infrastructure there. We've got to get the diagnoses. We've got to be able to have specialists. We've got to be able to have that partnership between that clinical care and the research. And again, what Connor says makes so much sense, right? What are the needs in the Canadian population? How do we actually address that? And I'm hoping that when we talk about, socially responsible pharmaceutical innovation, it also means socially responsible, not just in terms of affordability, but to the patients that are impacted. And having patients, I don't know if you have any patients on your board. If you don't, we need to talk about that. But how do we actually make sure, right, that it is grounded in the ultimate goal, and that is, as we're developing these innovations, they're made available to patients. And I love the Caring Cross model that we had at the consortium out of the US, and whether or not that is where we should be positioning. I don't know. Would anybody like to make a comment to that? Maybe Connor, in terms of Caring Cross, or Stephanie? I know that it was great having them there as part of the symposium the last time.
Actually, I
John?
with respect to so the Caring Cross is a not-for-profit that's based out in the US. And they are utilizing a distributed manufacturing model. And this is also a model that we are espousing at BioCanRx, right? So really spreading out the manufacturing and fundamentally changing how these types of medicines are made and also how they're distributed. But John, would you like to speak to the point of care model just briefly?
Yeah, actually, to Connor's earlier point, we need models to design this approach. But the reality is we already have this model. So bone marrow transplantation is one of the most effective immunotherapies that we use in the cancer space. Bone marrow transplantation has never been commercialized because, at the time it was developed, there was no incentive for pharma companies to commercialize bone marrow transplantation. Instead, what companies did is they created the reagents and machines that we use to do that. So they were still able to benefit from the technology. But we do this ourselves at our own centers across the country. So hospitals across the country make bone marrow products, basically, that they use for their patients at each center. And this is beyond cancer treatment. Now people are being treated with bone marrow transplantation for diseases like multiple sclerosis and others by some of my colleagues in Ottawa. So this is how it can be done. I think we have to shift our perspective a little bit to your point over there about putting more into research, making research part of care, because now research should be considered part of care, and each patient is really someone who could benefit from research. So I think as a society, I'm a hockey fan. I love hockey, but let's put less money into hockey, more money into research. I think as a society, we'd be doing way better by just pushing that needle towards where we need to be and building our research infrastructure so that we actually provide to our own citizens the therapies that they need. And I think, the Caring Cross model is a great model, but I think actually we can do much better. And we're already doing it. We just have to recognize that we're doing it and move that towards gene therapy and towards other kinds of cancer therapy that are personalized, and let pharma to continue to make, the things that they're good at, like Tylenol, which we all use. But these kinds of diseases require something very personalized that you can't get from the pharmaceutical industry. So I think we just need to convince our government research is care. We need to put more money into research, build that up. Our economy will grow. Our patients, our Canadians will benefit. We have different investors. We don't have investors who are on Wall Street. We have investors who are in this room, and we need to pay back to them by giving them better therapeutics. So I think this is the model that we should try to expand. And I think it's close. We could do it, but we just need to shift how we approach this problem as a society.
Thank you very much, John, for that very clear, explanation. We've got Chris, I think, McMaster. Chris, did you want to raise a point, ask a question?
A bit of a point. I think just in terms of proposing a model, for those who don't know, I'm Chris McMaster, Scientific Director for CIHR's Institute of Genetics, but I'm also a professor of pharmacology and former head of pharmacology at Dalhousie University for a quarter century now, which makes me an antique. I will say, where most research in Canada falls down in terms of moving from the great research we do in universities and hospitals towards patients is that translation from the mouse to humans. And there's two things we don't do well. One is the manufacturing, which you guys are taking care of, and the other is regulatory. Most clinicians and scientists in universities don't know the regulatory environment very well. However, as funders, we do have one of the things we can do, and this is a potential solution that I'd like to have lunch with you guys maybe and talk about, is we can.
And he's got buckets of money. You should talk to him.
We can put applicant level partners into funding opportunities where you must work with Health Canada and NRC to actually get your hands on the money to move a therapy that you think works in a mouse and humanize it so it'll actually work in a person. So we never do that. And it would be more of a whole of government approach, taking everybody's expertise together to actually try and move things forward. So I think that's one option as far as solutions that I think we could bandy about today or in the near future through a dreaded Zoom meeting of some sort. But just, yeah, bug me and I'll bug you guys. And I think that's one way I think we could get partway there for some of these.
No, I think that's a terrific idea, you know, to have a greater number of partners and to bring all of those different groups together. But going back to my earlier point about, you know, networks and networks of centers of excellence, and networks of centers of excellence and their NCEs are mission-based organizations. And where I think, you know, BioCanRx has been very successful is identifying those gaps with respect to translation and bringing in the requisite scientific, clinical, regulatory expertise, the biomanufacturing expertise, and where there were gaps to provide training to our scientists on how to do this. But key has also been to engage experts from around the world to evaluate the projects and guide our investments. And this is a direction that I would love to see the CIHR go to, which is to select projects, but to see them through. And that's, I know, very difficult to do in the granting agency context, but when our committee is investing in a great science project, it's because they're thinking about what will this look like as a clinical trial in Canada. And so that initial investment on proof of concept, the future development work is really about thinking about the end result. While we might be 2 funding rounds away or 2 different types of projects away. And so having that driving the decision is really key, which is why, again, I think, you know, this concept of network of centers of excellence and having a very clear mission and direction as to where you want to go is key. And I would love the CIHR to adopt that kind of model. I know, though, it's very difficult because the investments are project-based.
But again, you know, it's not to say that we cannot have other partners that would come in, right? And that's what we need to create. We need to be able to, I mean, CIHR has a certain, you know, mission, and they do invest in pilot work and they do invest in projects, but, you know, do we need the other half of it? And I think to see through sustainability is what we keep talking about. And certainly for patients, right? The idea of having a therapy that people can't get their hands on. I got a call in from a, you know, from one of the TV stations for a patient who's up in not Slight North, I think something like Thunder Bay, who's really trying to get access to an immunotherapy for his cancer. He's a very rare cancer. Just came, you know, and I'm happy to speak to the station there. And it's a very rare cancer. It is not on indication for the drug, which is available to lots of different cancers and a very successful drug. And probably on the basis of everything that's there ought to work for this cancer as well. But because it's a rare cancer, it's not on label. That's not the fault of the pharmaceutical company because they don't have clinical trials for it. It's not really the fault of the regulator in the sense that nobody's applying for this indication, but it is a need. So how do we make sure that we can address that need? Obviously, you guys aren't going to manufacture this immunotherapy, but it really speaks to, I think, what you're saying. At the end of the day, we've got to get from being able to have great innovation and discovery to being able to get them into the patient. So what Allison said, we need a whole flow through model, right? Research for care. And that's what we're really, you know, seeing what you're talking about is how do we move from, you know, where we are in terms of being able to produce these and to have platforms even for manufacturing them. And as John says, I love the idea of having that, you know, manufacture being done close to the point of care. So it really does enhance what we're doing. So, you know, there's a lot of different solutions there, but there's lots of, you know, opportunities for us to really, in terms of increasing that innovation. So it's a, you know, I'm so excited by the fact that Canada is stepping into this in what I think will be a really big way and bringing its own innovation in and really focusing in terms of all sides of that equation, right? Certainly serving the patient, but how do we actually also include those clinical sites? How do we actually include the researchers and how do we have a return to Canada in terms of what we're doing, not just for Canadians, but beyond. And I think, you know, Thierry, if you don't mind, I'll just sort of mention again, you know, you saw Thierry yesterday when we were speaking about, you know, the research networks, and Thierry and his colleagues in MICERN, you know, Maternal Youth and Children's Research Network, really are, you know, setting up, you know, that I won't say it's a parallel, it's an integration into the clinical networks, the research network. So I think we're looking at having hopefully that integrated system in Canada that will allow us to be able to, move from, as you say, patient need to how do we actually meet it in a sustainable way, including, it's sort of like that, questions people ask us sometimes, why are you guys doing these conferences? Why is a patient organization doing it? I say, God, because if somebody else did it, they wouldn't necessarily invite us. So the only way we know we're going to be at the party is that we just throw the party ourselves. So I think this is part of what we're talking about here. We have a question online. Oh, Michelle. Okay, and then we also have another question. Yes. Rossini.
Yes, no, I just wanted to add to it. So in terms of, another very important thing is once we de-risk these novel therapies in the clinic, by using these public models to, cheaply, design these, develop them, manufacture them, and even do the clinical trials with different funding forms that we have, how do we then make these therapies available to patients, under sort of, after they are approved, hopefully. So one of the models that we are looking at is, we are developing these novel CAR-T therapies. Some we are, entering into these public models to bring them into the clinic and hopefully make them accessible. Another novel way that we're looking at is new way to interact with industry partners. So we are looking at sort of more creative ways to do business agreements with Canadian industry, where we give them preferential licensing terms, so that they're encouraged and incentivized to make these therapies available to Canadians at a more affordable price. So yet, they can, make their, profits from outside jurisdictions. I totally get these therapies need to be available to patients across outside of Canada as well, but, one of our mandates is really to make sure that they're also available to Canadians in an affordable way. So this is a model that we are looking.
Yeah, that's a wonderful kind of wraparound in terms of what we're talking about. Is being able to make sure that you're sourcing as well. I mean, this is kind of what we talked about when we talked about COVID and the vaccines, right? What did we learn? And what can we take from some of those lessons to be able to allow us to move forward? And rare disease is the ideal place. Was there another question online there, Bill? One from the floor. Okay, we'll get off. We'll take one from the floor, and then we're going to have to wrap this up, as enticing as it is to kind of continue with these people all day.
Thank you. My name is Vincent Dodley. I'm from the National Research Council, and I'd like to echo what Rossini and Chris mentioned. One of the effects of the pandemic has been to spur the federal government to invest in certain things that it hadn't invested in before. And one of those is public biomanufacturing capacity. And at the National Research Council, we've completed the Biologics Manufacturing Center and are underway to complete the clinical trial manufacturing center as well. And while those investments weren't necessarily made with rare diseases in mind, as you just mentioned, I think they can be leveraged by this community because they add critical capacity to create a full development value chain in Canada for therapeutics, from the R&D all the way through to commercial production.
Perfect. Thank you so very much. And we do know that, again, many of our major pharmaceutical companies have also stepped forward. We're going to, we're seeing the investment in manufacturing. We're seeing the investment in research as well in Canada, recognizing that we've got to have the investment inside of Canada. So all of this, I think, is really coming together in terms of moving forward. But we love the fact that rare diseases is kind of one of those, interesting spots right now where there's a lot of research, there's a lot of good science, lots of possible innovation, but the need is so huge that if we can innovate in terms of solutions, that would actually be available, right across the board. And I mean, this morning, that note I got for a rare cancer, it's a cancer of rare disease. Well, in this case, it's very obviously a rare disease because it's falling into the same kind of issues we've got for rare diseases. Even if it is a cancer and part of a larger cancer group, it is a very unique cancer that is not getting access to a therapy because of the kinds of issues that we have. And as I say, the cost of the therapy definitely is there, but it's not the most prohibitive in terms of what we're experiencing. So really just want to thank the panel. And really express, kind of our certainly willingness to continue to partner and to help foster what you're doing here. It is so exciting to see. I mean, really, you know, we have so many gems that are in Canada that we do not really explore and we do not bring, you know, together enough. So hopefully people will see very excitingly what we started with yesterday. We're talking about centers of excellence and talking about, you know, the ability to actually, you know, look at all the other pieces in terms of registries and in terms of, you know, screening at the early end, how this fits in together. And our next panel is going to take us back into, I think, what we're all so struggling with, and that is how do we get the therapies to the patients and what are the changes we need in terms of the way in which drugs are accessed in Canada to make sure they get to the right patients as quick as possible, which is also the case. Even if they come in at a much more quote affordable price, we're going to hit some of those same barriers. So thank you. Really cannot thank you enough. Rossini, thank you very much for being with us. Really, John, thank you very much for the innovations and good gosh, you know, toiling away 15 years of, you know, experience coming into this. And, you know, really, we need to make sure it's happening. And Stephanie, of course, for your leadership here. So thank you so very much. Thank you guys very much. We're going to, are we taking a break, Bill? We have 15 minutes, okay. And you can grab all of these wonderful people before they escape.
It was just. So I mean, that wasn't even the hard part. It was getting got me sick. So I was up, I was ready to go, and I was planning on even like getting the train down here, but I lived far enough away from the subway. I had to get a car, and so like it just stopped, didn't come, and I had to order another one, and it was 15 minutes. And then I was like, you better take me straight to the city. Yeah, and well, and we drove from Montreal, so we didn't get back until later yesterday.
So that's what we're having. So what Canada were hoping that water, we already have the urban water. So we don't have in Alberta and that's why I got a couple of people that startup or the study is diversity very different level of care you have to have you know, but also have to have from well, this is the startup. Right, it's a startup, and the funding model for the startups is so how it works is that you're going to have to find so I total say my thousand. Getting those tickets. We're just arguing with the stuff. But then those X amount of dollars for this X amount of hours. Right? So I'm here. That's what's pandemic. And I thought, okay, that's now. This is now. And I'm hoping this doctor will. Right? Because again, that's another thing. Like where are the leaders? The noise. In Alberta, it's horrendous. They're already working X amount of hours. Another one have to work X amount of hours. But the funding model is down here, right? Right. Yeah, so they're working overtime. They're working overtime.
He is not here. That's why. So there's 6 panelists you need.
Okay.
So it does help to have an extra. Good question. I don't know if something.
Yeah. I can tell you, I started with doctor. So I mean, oh yeah, that's like but staff and doctors still, you know, that's what kind of work on right now, and networks is fast. We just have what they're going to see once they know the brand, they're for
Yeah, exactly. You know, these therapies don't make it. It's nice. I understand.
I actually.
Well, it's also nice. It's actually, there's a rash now, even though they mean.
Well, have my card.
It's still be safe.
That
It's exactly the same.
I know.
We're all the same. So then you see it. So, well, yeah. There was some other things I worked on. That's some years. Well, it's like,
Language, right?
yeah, it's.
So, like, yeah, like. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm meeting up with our about the conference as well. And the doctor, the physician, program, so.
Great idea. Then you have a voice, right?
Nobody can work that, right? Well,
But
good,
it's-
because it's not collaborative, it was November. November. Yeah, for in international and Japan, and we do it in November because that's when we were talking about this. Tour of global travel. Stand up. It's model where we have a model for everybody. I mean, everybody should really be confident is that the travel. Leverage that. For after what we actually. And so covered with this, like, or like. How you know. Stuff like that. So we had. I'm asking about. It's still the broad, the broad. So we're like, okay, let's. Yeah, so now they said. They actually wanted to show their language, but I said it's not. November are the more of like.
They actually had a great example around the hill last week.
So.
Because our, it's gonna be closed down because of the program. So the thing we're going, you can't be doing this. So you have right along. Toronto, who's on our class, he's in the old city.
Right.
And she was at end of life, and so she came in. Seems to be here now, but you see this traveling. So we're talking to the health minister. And he's going, blah, blah, blah. And she spoke, and I said, okay, well, I get it now, because she's a voter, but also he represents the community, and so I think her idea. Yeah, exactly. And so that's why I think your idea. Yeah. A united voice, and we are Canadians who want this to happen. So this one was. It was awesome.
That honest squad was the main understanding of government policy. This is a amazing. What you started to go to one part of the money, that was.
It's true, I'm just as guilty. Started doing this. Yep, I'm certain. So, this is them, we don't need this distraction, we've got stuff to do. But then once we actually start listening, it's, well, maybe we should be doing that. It's been a huge one.
On CBC.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah, it's exactly. No, it's good though, but I just should, like, that's, it just takes us a while.
But you know, but I think the guys like Sonny would get the. Nothing.
Okay, can I ask people to take their seats again, please? Okay. If people could please take their seats again. If there's any coffee left, fill your cups. Bring them back to your tables. I did a straw poll yesterday. Okay, what do people like best about the CORD conferences? And quite a number of people said the networking breaks to be able to catch up with people. All right. Thank you very much. We've got Health Canada on the line via Zoom. Health Canada wants to talk to you. Even that's not working. I think it got louder back there. Kathy, what should I do? What should I say about Health Canada? Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. We can do it. We can do it, right? Okay, good. We can bring our coffees back to our tables. We can get started again. Just a quick question. How many people have actually met people in real life that you only met in Zoom before today? Can you put up a hand? That's a lot of people. I mean, the pandemic was crazy in terms of how much collaboration was possible across time zones, but just hats off to CORD to actually get everyone together in real life, IRL, to be able to make the connections. And Durhan, I was just saying that. So Durhan, sorry, I was just saying the straw poll I did yesterday about what people really are getting a lot out of this conference, and a lot of it is connecting with people for the first time and sometimes ever in person. So congratulations. And that's what makes it so hard to get people back from the breaks. But let's take advantage of lunch. Someone was asking me during the break what will happen to the input from yesterday's workshops that was led by the clinicians. And we're going to be collecting all of them, giving them to Francois. He'll be transcribing them. A lot of the input came in by email and chat as well. And CORD is going to be sending in a note to everyone who attended the conference and putting up on their website an outcomes report. So looking forward to seeing that, and that will keep the conversation going. Okay, so this next session, we've got a power panel that will come up shortly, but first we're going to kick it off with longtime friends of CORD in terms of, of all of the regulators and payers and government officials across the country. Hats off to Health Canada to be there right from the beginning in terms of rare diseases and building a framework for life cycle management and regulatory approaches towards rare disease medicines. So we're just thrilled that the Director General of the Biologics and Radiopharmaceuticals Drugs Directorate, I still can't get used to that. It's still BGTD to me. Maybe they'll go back to that. But for now, it's BRDD, the Biologics and Radiopharmaceutical Drugs Directorate. Celia Lorenko is on the line, who's going to talk to us about cooperation, collaboration, and consistency, and how Health Canada is playing a role in terms of ensuring faster and better and appropriate access to rare disease drugs. Can we make sure that Celia is on the line? She is. Can we hear you, please?
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Can we see you possibly?
Perfect.
Here you are. Okay, thanks very much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Bill, for that introduction. And I regret not being there in the room, as it sounds like there's some really great energy there in the room. I just went to a conference recently for the first time in 3 years, and seeing people face to face is such a wonderful thing. So really regret not being there, but it sounds like some really great connections happening there in the room. I will try to share my screen. Hopefully this works. Am I able to share my screen so that I can do a presentation, or?
Yeah, the AV are going to give you permission very shortly.
Okay, great.
I'm looking for
Thank
the
you so
thumbs
much.
up from behind the curtain over there. Thumbs up or there, go for it.
All right, perfect. Thanks so much. And let me see, hopefully this works. Here, can you see that? And I will,
We cannot see it. Confirming we cannot see it.
can you see it now?
Not yet. Something's happening. One of the issues is you're on Teams 90% of the day, and then you come on Zoom for us, right?
Yes.
Yeah, try it again according to the AV wizards here.
Can you see that?
No. Maybe you have 2 monitors on, is that why?
I have 3 monitors to make things more complicated.
Celia, it's like you're in command central of NASA or something.
Yeah.
You can see all the rare disease medicines over here. Do you approve by waving? Does it, like
Just a second, let me see what's going on here.
yeah, if you want, you can email them to Angela at Cord, and then she can make sure they get up too. Although I do like you to be able to drive them. That makes it easier.
Yeah. All right. Sorry for the delay. Let's try again here. Share that.
Oh yeah, something's happening. We're good.
Does that work now?
It works. Yay.
All right,
If you can
perfect.
put it on
My apologies.
slide mode, we'll be able to see even bigger. Slide presentation.
Great.
Excellent.
All right. Well, thanks again, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting Health Canada to this session. Hello to Durhan and all the court colleagues. So I'll provide an update on activities that Health Canada is undertaking in terms of improving coordination, collaboration, and really supporting the rare disease and ultra rare disease space. Can you see my second slide now? Just making sure my slides are advancing okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
great.
we can.
So starting off with this slide here, sort of putting Health Canada in context. In Canada, getting products to patients is a complex process. It does involve quite a bit of collaboration and coordination across various health system partners. It starts with drug development by industry, certainly, and that takes many, many years from research to clinical trials. Followed by the regulatory review and approval process, which is conducted by Health Canada. And from there, then we have our health technology assessment organizations, CADTH in all the provinces. CADTH is the Canadian Agency for Drugs and Technologies in Health in all the provinces outside of Quebec. And then INES is the organization in Quebec that does the health technology assessments to look at the pharmacoeconomic benefit of a new product that is being proposed for the Canadian market, and makes recommendations on reimbursement, which then the provincial purchasing plans decide whether to move ahead with listing products on their plans or not. As the regulator, we are part of that ecosystem, and we assist with improving access to drugs for rare diseases and ultra rare diseases. And it is an ongoing priority for us. We do so by overseeing the regulation of a wide range of health products, including drugs for rare disease for sure, and to ensure that they are safe and effective and meet the high quality standards in accordance with our legislation in Canada, which is the Food and Drugs Act and its regulations. We also regulate health products at various different stages of the product life cycle. So we provide regulatory advice through the drug development process, shown here on this figure, as early as the preclinical stage of development, then moving on to clinical trials. So clinical trials in Canada need to be reviewed and authorized before they can be undertaken. And we review the drug submissions then. Once the trials are completed, we review the drug submissions that are filed by sponsors to ensure that drugs are safe and effective and of the highest quality before we authorize them for sale in Canada. We also provide post-market surveillance, which allows Health Canada to keep track of adverse drug reactions and monitor compliance to ensure that the health products that have been authorized continue to meet the highest safety standards. Additionally, we've got a little red sort of bubble here with the SAP, that stands for the Special Access Program. So for special access, these are individual requests from physicians for individual patients, where we can grant requests for access to drugs that are unavailable for sale in Canada, for patients with serious or life-threatening conditions, when conventional treatments have failed, are unsuitable or unavailable. So that's another access mechanism for products in Canada. Now, Health Canada offers several different regulatory pathways for drug approval. For market authorization, the standard review timeline for new drug submissions is 300 calendar days. However, there are two other pathways to expedite the review of a drug for an unmet medical need, for a serious life-threatening or severely debilitating disease. So the first is the priority review pathway, which has a target review timeframe of 180 days. And the other is the notice of compliance with conditions pathway, which allows Health Canada to authorize drugs as long as certain conditions are met following the authorization. So certain conditions, for example, the manufacturer agrees to conduct further confirmatory studies after the authorization. We are working on a a combined guidance and policy that combines both the priority review and the notice of compliance with conditions process. It's what we call our accelerated review guidance, hoping to come out for consultation sometime early next year. It will still maintain the 180-day review timeframes. It will be 180 days for both priority review and the notice of compliance with conditions. And what that combined guidance does is it introduces additional criteria for priority review, including a criteria around healthcare system need, and then also criteria that provides more flexibility for priority review of products for severely debilitating conditions for which there are no that are not properly managed. For example, there could be products already on the market for those conditions, but they don't fulfill really the breadth of need for patients. And an example would be ALS, for example. For ALS, we have very few products available. They really don't meet the needs of these patients for a condition that is so heterogeneous, such as ALS. So the accelerated review guidance will have those additional criteria in it, and will be coming out for consultation sometime early next year, as I mentioned. Now, giving you a bit of statistics on what we have authorized in terms of products in 2021. Last year, we approved 78 new drugs, providing patients with more options for treatment, prevention, diagnosis of various health conditions. Of these 78, 37 were drugs for rare diseases, and 37% of the new drugs approved were approved through an expedited pathway. So just showing you how this impacts in the rare disease space. Now, some additional statistics for you. 43 of the new drugs that we approved in 2021 contain medicinal ingredients that had never been approved for sale in Canada, so they were new, what we call new active substances, and 25 of these had an orphan drug indication. So showing that there's more and more products coming through with that orphan drug indication. Now, when we look at clinical trials, we also took a look at the clinical trials that we authorized in 2021, and about a third of the trials in phase 3 or pre-registration had an early orphan designation, which is again showing that we're also seeing in clinical trials a similar trend where more products are coming through for orphan diseases, which is a good sign. Now, this slide here provides some data showing how the number of products for orphan diseases have changed over the years in terms of product approvals across different jurisdictions. The EMA is the European Medicines Agency, FDA is in the US, PMDA is in Japan, and then Swissmedic in Switzerland, and TGA is in Australia. And here in the sort of close to the middle, we have Health Canada that shows that over the years since 2017, we've had an increase in the number of products authorized in Canada, new active substances authorized, that had an orphan designation in other jurisdictions. So as you know, we don't have an orphan designation in Canada, but nonetheless, we still, of course, review products that are for orphan diseases and for rare diseases. And so it just shows a good trend over the years where more and more products are really for the rare disease space. Now, talking a little bit about domestic collaboration, we really do recognize the complex and often lengthy process of getting a drug to market, and we're working to increase our collaboration with different partners to help expedite the process. So we do offer early parallel advice with CADTH, our Health Technology Assessment Organization, to discuss recommendations from sponsors in terms of how they want to design their clinical trials to address for drugs for rare diseases. So that is an opportunity that we have available in order to align the sort of requirements from Health Canada with those from CADTH to the extent possible, given that our objectives are different in terms of Health Canada looking at safety, efficacy, and quality, and CADTH looking at the pharmacoeconomic benefit of a product. And we also we have been offering for quite some time now, since we launched our regulatory review of drugs and devices. In 2017, we have been offering aligned reviews with CADTH and INESSS. And again, to assist with decreasing the amount of time that it takes from Health Canada authorization to the recommendation that comes out of CADTH and INESSS. And in 2021, Health Canada completed 20 aligned reviews alongside CADTH and INESSS. Now, we continue, of course, to work very closely with international partners. There are a number of different initiatives that have been launched and are maintained and continue to grow. So first, through the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities, or ICMRA, we work with our regulatory authorities, with other regulatory authorities to address issues that impact drug access globally. So this includes 37 different regulatory authorities that participate from around the world, and there are several projects ongoing there that do address concerns around access to products. Quite a bit of collaboration going on. The COVID space was one where ICMRA really leveraged its network in order to advance access for products for COVID-19. Through the Access Consortium, that's another initiative that we have with Australia, Canada, Singapore, Switzerland, and United Kingdom as a consortium of five like-minded regulatory authorities. We do work sharing together through our work sharing model. We have reviewed several products together. Orphan drugs approved through Access in 2021 there were three orphan drugs. And in 2019 and 2020, there were one in each respective year. So we're seeing also some products for rare diseases coming through the consortium. Project Orbis, this is a project that was launched by the Food and Drug Administration, by the Oncology Center of Excellence, so focusing on access to products for cancer patients. And through this project, it's a collaborative initiative where we do aligned reviews in parallel with the US FDA and with our access partners as well as Brazil. And this has been a successful project, quite a lot of products coming through, and it's really part of one of the programs that we have. Several products have been authorized through Project Orbis for rare diseases, for rare cancers. In 2019, there was one. In 2020, there were 3 products. In 2021, we had 9, so quite a number of products authorized in 2021 for rare diseases. There are also a number of not just the initial authorizations, but we also work with the FDA through Project Orbis for granting extensions of indications, new indications, which includes also some for rare diseases. There are other international initiatives that we participate in. So an International Council on Harmonization, or ICH, is another venue where we collaborate with other partners on developing guidelines, many of which can support products for rare diseases. And we also participate, as of this year, in the Rare Disease Cluster, led by the US FDA and the European Medicines Agency. They have established a working group on rare diseases to advance and strengthen international collaboration, and we've become an official member of this working group. And actually, the cluster has been in place since 2020, and we've been participating since 2020. It's a good place to discuss emerging issues in the rare disease space and talk about, as regulators, how we can align our approaches. Now, Health Canada does have other innovation initiatives ongoing. We aim to provide more regulatory flexibility to support research and health product development. We have 5 pillars in our regulatory innovation agenda that was launched back in 2019. First is to encourage more clinical trials by creating an environment that supports trials in Canada. So we've got a clinical trial modernization project ongoing. We did issue an initial sort of notice of intent on that some time ago for input from stakeholders, which were largely supportive of the modernization initiative, and quite a bit of work is ongoing behind the scenes to continue to move that work forward. We also are working to ensure that we have an appropriate and more agile oversight of products. So looking at, and this is part of our agile licensing for drugs pathway, looking at ensuring that there's a risk-based approach to the oversight and to the review of new products for the Canadian markets. So quite a bit of work going on there, and I'll talk a little bit more in a minute on that. We also put in place, as of 2019, a pathway. It's what we call our Advanced Therapeutic Products pathway, to ensure a flexible and tailored approach for innovative products that don't fit in the current system. So as part of this initiative, our first sort of type of product that we're looking at is artificial intelligence, machine learning medical devices that rely on those technologies, those medical devices that are perhaps use algorithms that are continuously learning in the post-market. That is something that our current framework is not really amenable to support. So we're looking at creating tailored requirements as part of the Advanced Therapeutic Products pathway for that. But other types of products that we see that could potentially come into this pathway in the future may include very individualized gene therapy approaches or point of care and gene and cell therapy approaches. So those are we're certainly on our radar in terms of whether we would leverage this pathway for those types of products. And finally, we also do have initiatives under the medical devices in the medical devices space, and looking also at providing information to Canadians in a more efficient and more accessible way. So as part of the regulatory modernization initiatives, the agile licensing of drugs, that particular initiative, we did publish a notice of intent back last year in July to propose some amendments to our current framework, amendments with tools that were actually tested during the COVID-19 pandemic. So the first is to look at enabling the use of terms and conditions. So we used that tool quite a bit through the authorization of vaccines and treatments for COVID-19, and now moving to introduce terms and conditions. It allows a more flexible approach in the authorization of products, in the sense that if there are certain uncertainties that cannot be resolved at the authorization stage, we can use terms and conditions to negotiate additional data to be filed after authorization, and that provides both the regulators some certainty in terms of being able to follow through on those on the missing data, on those uncertainties, while at the same time providing access to the product for Canadians. The other tool is to allow for rolling submissions or rolling reviews of certain drug submissions, including for drugs to address a public health emergency. And this in here, in terms of the rolling reviews, this will include products for unmet needs. So certainly many of the products for rare diseases would fall under this pathway of allowing rolling reviews. And what this does is it allows industry to file their submissions sooner, to have their data into Health Canada sooner as it becomes available out of clinical trials or out of their manufacturing processes, so that we can start reviewing it sooner. And once the clinical trial data, the final data are available, it can be filed and reviewed. And the other data that had already been filed had already been taken care of it and reviewed, and hopefully this will become a process that's more efficient for access to products for Canadians. We're also looking at requiring risk management plans for higher risk human drugs, and we're working on modernizing our Division 4 of the Food and Drug Regulations, which is the component of the regulatory framework that deals with biologics specifically. It's a part of the regulations that are outdated that we're trying to bring up to date. So the amendments related to all these tools that I talked about are meant to go to pre-publication this fall, could be early winter of 2022. We're really working hard to get this through, and really signaling to you to be ready to provide your comments once we publish the amended regulations, the proposed amended regulations. As you are aware, about 2/3 of Canadians who are affected by rare diseases are children. So we do also have an action plan related to drugs for children. In 2020, we launched our pediatric drug action plan, and through this plan, we encourage sponsors to study their products in pediatric populations and to develop pediatric medicines and formulations. We want to improve access to pediatric medicines and formulations by increasing the number of submissions that include these data that are filed to Health Canada, including, of course, drugs for rare diseases, and increase the availability of more and better information about products for children. So access for information for parents. So by improving the timely access, the upcoming activities will build on Health Canada's Drugs for Rare Disease strategy to help support early treatment of rare diseases for children. Now, in terms of two key activities under this plan that I'd like to highlight. First is we're planning to, in 2023, moving forward with a pediatric policy pilot to bring Canada in alignment with international counterparts who require pediatric investigation plans. We don't at this time require pediatric investigation plans, but we would like to move forward with that in policy until at some point in the future we'll be able to codify that in our regulations. This will really just align us with other jurisdictions such as the FDA and EMA, who require pediatric investigation plans. So more will come out on that soon. And then the other initiatives is we're working with pediatric stakeholders in Canada to develop a national priority list of drugs for children. Some of these could be rare disease drugs, but we're working through that to see what is that really important list of pediatric drugs that are urgently needed, that are available already in other countries. That's our sort of first initial low-hanging fruit in terms of products that we're targeting. Products that are already available in other countries but have not come to Canada yet. How can we incentivize having these products come to Canada for access, so that children can have access to these products? Now, Health Canada, we do recognize the importance of patient involvement and in ensuring that patients' experiences, perspectives, and needs and priorities are captured and incorporated into the process of drug development and evaluation. Patients and patient representatives regularly provide advice to Health Canada through various means. So through our regulatory framework guidance development, we do reach out to patient groups on that for input. Consultations and online questionnaires also are another mechanism. We do use also scientific advisory committees and panels where patient representatives participate on, and through pilot projects such as a patient listening session that we held last year, targeting the ALS community. So patient listening sessions help regulators by informing medical product development, clinical trial design, patient preferences, and by shaping our thinking. So last December, we hosted our first patient listening session, which was modeled on FDA's approach to this. And the objective of the session was to learn about ALS as a disease. We had all of our review staff, scientific staff who work in the neurology space attended the session to listen, to hear about the challenges experienced by patients across the progression of disease. It's also an opportunity to address areas of unmet need and how Health Canada can help the community improve access to treatments and devices. Specifically, the session provided an opportunity to hear on a variety of topics. So we heard, for example, about patient autonomy and the right to try. We heard about the proposals for revising priority review criteria. And in fact, as a result of this session, it's one of the reasons why we are revising our priority review criteria to expand it a bit more to serious debilitating conditions that are not well managed, for which there's really not very, very few treatments that are helpful. We're looking at ways to decrease time to access to new ALS therapies and raising again, the idea of making sure that Health Canada collaborates with other partners in the healthcare system in order to assist with access to products. So that was our patient listening session. And I think that's the end of my presentation. I just wanted to highlight some of these initiatives that we have ongoing, and would be happy to take questions if there's time for that. I will share my slides. I do have additional slides in the appendix, including a couple of slides that list the new drugs that we authorized by therapeutic area in 2021, just for your information, and then a slide on further resources, links to further resources, should there be interest. So I'll stop there and pass it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Celia. Are you able to stick around for the next panel discussion as well, or do you have time until 12:30, or do you have to go elsewhere?
Yes, I can stick around. I blocked the time until 12:30.
Oh, that's excellent. So we're going to have a bigger conversation unless somebody has like a burning question for you specifically to Health Canada. Oh, Ruth Pritchard has her hand in the air and the microphone is here and you're not shy to have to go and get it, right, Ruth? Awesome. Thank you. We've come a long way. Remember Bob Peterson when he was DG at TPD and he had this circle and it was about, because this is a segue into the next panel too, conditional licensing, conditional reimbursement, conditional listing, and you're getting there. Health Canada has come a long way in 20 years. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ruth.
That was a great presentation. Thank you.
Sorry.
And maybe,
Yeah, we're good.
oh, okay. And maybe it's a question for the broader panel, but I'm wondering with some of the great initiatives you have, are you linking back to CADTH? I mean, I think some of us at the CAP meeting recently heard from CADTH that Health Canada was just pushing stuff out through Project Orbis, and what were they supposed to do with it? So I'm wondering, are there some metrics or ongoing discussions between what you're doing and what CADTH is doing in terms of trying to harmonize some of these things? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. No, absolutely. We're very much connected with CADTH. We hold regular touch points with CADTH on on all these initiatives because they're an important partner. We understand that there can be a challenge, of course, with products coming through that then require the HTA assessment to be on board as well in terms of timelines and be able to do the parallel review. I think the best way to continue with that is obviously those open lines of communication, making sure that they're aware of what's coming down the pipeline. I think we do a good job with that. We've got information that we share with them in advance in terms of products that are under review, so they know what's coming. And we know that when it comes to that Project Orbis, the timelines are a bit punishing in the sense that they're done fairly quickly, fairly rapidly, turned around fairly quickly, but that's because we want to make sure that products are made available for patients who really need them, such as cancer patients.
Thanks very much. It's a very good segue into the panel. In fact, I'm going to invite my co-leader for the bigger panel, Alex Chambers with Novartis, right here to come up as well. And we're going to kick it off with just a bit of a background on what are managed access agreements, what are the different types, how are they used or how could they be used? And in theory, I mean, it should be simple, right? Like a new therapeutic, it saves lives. So patients should just get access, right? However, the assessment framework, and Ruth, you mentioned CADTH, it's also payers, right? Who have to make a decision on what CADTH is recommending. Have often a different perspective on the value of the medicines that are coming through the pipeline, how fast they're coming through. And just to build on what you mentioned about the CAPS conference, I remember it was Health Canada is improving these products with very limited evidence around clinical benefits, which increase the uncertainty. And so we're very concerned about making very fast listing decisions, and we don't have much time. If we get 3 months review through the regulator, and now we have them on our desk to try to negotiate, we simply don't have the time or the information that has been pulled through to allow them to make decisions that they feel are in the best interests of Canadians. And so you have a bit of a tension. And some of you may have heard Takeda's Andre Vidal Pinheiro. He's head of global pricing and access at Takeda. I don't know if he still has that role. 2 years ago on a mid-pandemic CORD conference like this. And he said, standard health technology assessment criteria are not particularly kind to orphan drugs. And because they have small and specific patient populations, they just don't generate the data that payers traditionally and still require to demonstrate clinical value. And they tend to cost a lot per patient. And so he called it, and this is in 2020, a recipe for disaster. So what we want to do is, and I think we're making some headway there, especially with the last panel that was talking about social impact innovation and other ways to do things a little bit differently with the not-for-profit world and the research that's happening in Canada. This next panel is going to be feature patient leaders as well as leaders from the pharmaceutical sector who can hopefully turn the recipe for disaster into a recipe for access to innovations that actually save lives. So we're going to learn a little bit more about managed access and managed access programs, where they're actually working. I was supposed to have 15 minutes and I'm not going to take it to just show a quick slide, which again, we're building up a bit of a bibliography or references for you, right? We've made a lot of reference to different links and whatnot, but this is one that we'll put into the outcomes report that we send you. This is a study that was done by the National Institute for Clinical Excellence in the UK around 22 medicines that otherwise would not have been approved for regular reimbursement. They determined that they don't have enough data to do that. And so they put them into a special track around managed access agreements. And what they found was that the strong majority of those, after they had been allowed onto the market, almost all of them required real world evidence development through this process, ended up coming back on to regular listing after their review. And they looked at medicines that had gone into the special track from 2016 until I think 2021. And so the point is, if we don't do this, then these innovations will simply not get to patients. The UK NICE has figured out a way to do it quickly. And one of the things that actually helped that happen was an innovative medicines fund. So just thinking about the new Canadian dollars, the dollars from the federal government that are coming into this, that is a down payment on an opportunity to put managed access programs to work. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Alex to explain, what alternative financing models are actually being considered. And then we've got a panel that we're going to welcome up here to talk about some case studies of what's worked and what seems to be not working. So over to you, Alex, to walk us through a 4-quadrant amazing slide on alternative financing. Oh, advance it, please.
Thanks. Hi, everyone, and thanks for the invitation to be here today. So as Bill said, I'm Alex Chambers. I'm with Novartis, and so happy to be able to moderate this session today. But before we get into it, as Bill said, just talking about a few alternative financing models. And again, I've got 4 here up on the screen. There are many others, but I think these are the ones that we talk about most frequently, and really maybe we can anchor our discussion on these ones today once we bring up our super panel. So just starting on the left top there, looking at upfront financing, I think this is the one we've seen quite recently with the COVID vaccines, and the idea of if you front load it, can you actually get things happening faster? If you go over for pay for performance, I think, we talked a little bit about value-based pricing yesterday, and I think this sort of ties into that a little bit. So can you look at a value-based contract and associate performance that way? If you go down looking at the mortgage model, so the idea of can you pay for this over time? And again, there are pros and cons to all of these alternative financing models, and some would work better or worse in funding for rare diseases. And then the last one is the subscription model, or some people will call it the Netflix model. The idea that a payer would pay a set amount and have sort of unlimited access to a drug or a basket of therapy. So I think these are the 4 that we'll talk a little bit about today, but maybe what I'll do is I'll call up the panelists and we can jump right into it.
This is a super panel. We counted the chairs, and although we've sometimes had many people on a podium at a time, we've never lost anyone. No one's ever fallen off. We've come close.
No, just sit. This is great. So I'm going to, first of all, welcome the panel. So I'll have them introduce themselves, but just so you know, we've got a diverse group of pharmaceutical industry. We've got patient groups, and I believe we still have Health Canada, Celia on the line. So I think we can really have a robust discussion. So maybe just as we're jumping in, have you introduce yourself, and then just from your perspective, you know, thinking about access, thinking about financing models, what do you think needs to happen? What's your vision in terms of what needs to change to improve access, whether it be through financing or some other change to enable timely access, and even draw on your own experiences, whether it's in your therapeutic area or previous experience? So why don't we start here with Susie?
Hi, I'm Susie Vanderwyk. I'm with Cure SMA Canada. Spinal muscular atrophy is a disease that affects the nerve cells. Mentally, a patient stays cognitively normal for life, but physically they progress over time and eventually lose their function. So a patient that's starting out walking will end up in a wheelchair. A patient that is born and is shortly diagnosed afterwards, they usually, without treatment, pass away before the age of 2. The disease is the same throughout the different stages and ages of diagnosis. And it's quite devastating to the patient and family.
And so from your perspective, from an access point of view, what could improve? What do you, when you think about access for the patients in your community, what would be the best, fastest thing that could happen?
Early access through compassionate access. So what we've had is the fortunate circumstance where there used to be no treatment 4 years ago. You know, there came on the market a very effective treatment that changed the outcome from one where they were dying before the age of 2 to where they were living. And in fact, the patients that were on the control group were removed from it because there was that much of an improvement physically. So getting this treatment to patients was very difficult. It was a constant, exhausting advocacy from a patient group perspective from the very beginning. So for us, always it's like living on a life raft and pulling more and more patients on. So access for more patients, when we understand the inclusion criteria of a clinical trial is only up to the age of 12, that obviously 13, 20, whatever year old is going to be benefiting from it, offer the ability for these patients to access treatment in the interim while there is negotiations happening.
That's great. Thanks. Thanks, Susie. Christine.
Next down the line.
Next down the line.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Christine Massa, and I am head of regulatory affairs, public affairs, and value and access at Ipsen Canada. You know, I want to talk a bit about one of the interesting cases that we have with respect to, you know, one of our ultra rare drugs, and Durhan kind of touched on this a bit earlier this morning. We have a pretty unique success story, and this ties back to the panel we just had, but Ipsen purchased a small Canadian biotech a few years ago, and this is for a treatment for a very devastating disease called fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. We're just going to call it FOP from now on. And we were actually the first in the world to gain approval in Canada for this drug. As we stand today, we are the only country in the world that has approval. And this was a Canadian-made R&D product. So very, very cool success story. However, I want to provide some context in terms of, you know, what we're dealing with here from a launch perspective. You know, and in my position, I have the unfortunate job of, you know, I get to sign all of the really big invoices that come from, you know, looking at Health Canada. So I know, you know, Celia touched on a little bit about the fact that Health Canada does not have an orphan drug policy at this point in time. So we are paying $500,000 as a filing fee to get a drug approved in Canada. And then you're going on to CADTH. Again, there's, you know, not a rare disease framework that we're working on. And, you know,
what's really missing here for me is incentivizing this research, especially on the rare side, for manufacturers to want to come to Canada and launch drugs. And Bill, so just touching on something you said earlier too, really around on HTA and how it's kind of like when it comes to rare diseases fitting, what is it, like a square peg in a round hole, especially on the economic side. So, and I'm just speaking to Ipsen's experience, but in Canada alone, before, you know, we've even gotten to the point of negotiating and thinking about innovative access strategies, we've spent about $1 million. And for those of you that have gone through this process, so getting Health Canada regulatory approval, going through CADIF and ANES, you're kind of right before you start those negotiations, you're at a point where, especially for ultra rare diseases, you're looking at, you know, a CADIF recommendation that has said that you probably have to decrease your price by 95% or higher. And that makes me very uncomfortable in a place where you're going to start to negotiate and think of ways to be innovative, which a lot of these innovative agreements, and I love them as much as probably everyone else on this panel, but they do come with some inherent risk in terms of, you know, what risk the payer is willing to take on and what risk we as the manufacturers are willing to take on. And when you're looking at the money that's already been spent and taking on that additional risk, you know, I think a lot of us lose a lot of sleep at night when we think about that. But also, you know, I want to just touch on something that, sorry, do you want me to stop talking now or am I okay? I just want to touch on something Carrie said yesterday, because I think it's a really important point for those people that, you know, aren't coming from the manufacturer side. But, you know, Canada is a country where we have to fight to be able to launch drugs. And this is especially true in the rare disease space. So when you're already looking at this level of risk and investment in Canada, and this is rolling up into, you know, we have a global leadership team that is essentially looking at these countries and what we're going to be able to return on our investment. Canada's kind of a blip on that checklist. And the more uncertainty that we have to deal with, the more and more Canada is going to be pushed to the bottom. And, you know, that's a really unfortunate place for us to be in. So I think when we think about how to use these innovative strategies in the future, we need to think about how upstream things that are happening with respect to the federal rare disease policy and at Health Canada and CADIF, and how we can make a little bit more certainty with respect to the process so that when we get to the end, you know, Canada really can be this innovation powerhouse that we want it to be. I'll stop there.
Great, thanks. So far I've heard we need interim earlier access. We need to find a way to make ourselves more appealing on a global scale when we're with our companies trying to bring things to Canada. Now we'll go to Sang Mi.
Hi, everybody. Sang Mi. Sorry. So I'm currently with Morse Consulting, but in my past life, I have actually worked for industry as well as with the government. I've worked for Ontario Drug Programs. I was also at the head of the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance office. So one thing I will say is that I need to, I think, clear up a little bit of myths. For example, Canada actually has done quite a few innovative agreements. It can range from some performance and outcome-based agreements to just different kind of financing models that could potentially expedite access or potentially sort of look at drugs in a little bit more holistic way. Having said that, of course, I'm talking about like handful out of a few hundred that I've seen, right? So it's not a lot, but when I talk to some other countries in Europe, we've done more than some of the other countries in Europe. But the problem is we need to be really clear about what we're solving with these agreements. It's not time. Right now, the way that if we put in something like an outcome-based agreement into this current world with no other change, it's just going to take longer. I've worked on outcome-based agreements that took 2 years. I've worked on different types of agreements that were more complex than what we normally do. And whenever you're trying to do something new, it takes longer. So things that helps to facilitate could be like a lot more of that subscription model kind of world where you're looking at caps and things like that. But that's also not something that risk-wise, like manufacturers are fond of either, even though UK has it and there's other countries that have this, that does help, mitigate the financial risks. So to me, like ultimately, if there's a will, there's a way. And Canada has some experience, but we're not sharing it, right? So because these are one-off, it's really hard for both pharma and payers to explain why exception was made. And we have to be really careful as a payer because you can't just make precedent and precedent-setting decisions, you know, without really good rationale behind it, right? But then if there's no framework and there's no sort of guidance as to when you can make those exceptions, then it becomes really hard to sort of justify to everyone else why they're not making those exceptions for some of the other drugs, right? And I think one thing that I'm going to be really sort of brief in terms of looking at how we can do things better. We really need to have a lot more of a vision or like a principle that we agree upon. We can't even actually define what a priority drug is at a payer level right now. We don't have definition for rare disease. And if you look at how the drugs are funded, so like I look at Susie and we actually have negotiated agreements for drugs in the space, but it's actually not equitable, right? Like Quebec patients, the older patients with SMA get funding there. They don't the rest of Canada. There's also speed to how quickly things are listed in terms of PLAs. You look at some of the gene therapies that were recently approved and actually negotiated, not all provinces offer them. We don't know when they're going to offer them, right? So there isn't exactly like a agreed upon vision around access to these therapies and making them sort of, even like equitable across Canada, let alone like comparing ourselves to other countries. So I think that's where I'll leave it, is just that I think we really need to actually have a multi-stakeholder agreement, payers included, on what's important and what are we actually working towards. And then we can figure out which of the financing model could actually enable that.
Thanks, Sangeet. Before we jump to Bree, I think Susie just wanted to jump in.
A little bit aching to respond to that. One of the issues for a patient perspective, for a government that is concerned about setting precedents with one disease and one treatment that is life-saving, is that the burden of all those other diseases and patients behind us is one hell of a load to carry. Mm-hmm. When we have patients who are essentially dying, losing their jobs. Unequal access for us looks like, I have a patient in Quebec that was fortunate to have access, and instead of looking at it like we can utilize the knowledge and experience that those physicians have from treating that patient and seeing the benefit and life-saving changes, we are excluding that from the information that we are accepting for the rest of the patients. And in the meantime, I have a patient in BC who lost the ability to paint, and that was devastating enough that she committed suicide. Mm-hmm. So we are talking about a great change. And when I put those babies' pictures in front of you, saying, I remember doing it in the middle of the table on PCPA, and I said, look at these babies' pictures. And all of you picked up those babies. Oh, they're cute. Oh, they're cute. And I said, they're all dead. I picked those up and I put more babies on the table. And I said, these are the ones that we're here to discuss. And I know you remember this. So that essentially moved things forward for children. Now the problem for the SMA community is adults. Putting the adults on the table are just not as important for people that are making decisions as it is for children. And so instead of having you pick up and say, oh, wonderful person, I have to show you the picture of the artwork that a lady had done and hope like hell that it matters enough that there's an approval given instead of worrying about the precedence of another disease. I could go on, but it's somebody else's turn.
Thanks, Susie. And I think, you just highlighted the importance of this conversation and how do we get access in a more timely fashion, because patients are waiting. Bree, do you want to go next?
Very powerful words that have been said by everyone here. And it's wonderful to have my colleague from the SMA community we stand in solidarity with the SMA community. I'm Bree Hamilton. I'm the Executive Director of ALS Action Canada. I'm very honored to be representing our members from coast to coast to coast, over 50 families living with the devastating disease that is ALS. I don't need to explain that to you folks, not to this room. It kills generally between 3 to 5 years of diagnosis, and it can take, I think it was quoted earlier, the mean time to diagnosis in this country is 23 months. So in terms of your question, it's hard to know where to start about where we can improve this process because so many of the issues have been touched upon. both the great exceptions that have been happening occasionally within the PCPA and CADTH to the general experience of the patients. But what I would say is, from our perspective, we've been on the journey, like have only been to date 2 treatments for ALS approved in Canada, both of which show only modest effects in slowing progression. So the ALS community cheered the news 2 years ago about the submission of Albrioza, Amylyx Pharmaceuticals drug, not Relyvrio as it's listed. That's the American name. So we've been on the journey for swift approval through the Canadian regulatory process and have encountered every barrier on the way. It's wonderful to be aligned with the other patient groups and with CORD because we all share the same barriers. In terms of what to improve, you know, from the patient perspective, we see Health Canada not just as a regulator, but as part of the continuum of care. It's part of the healthcare system. And the adversarial kind of approach that CADTH has, for example, with, you know, at every point in negotiation with industry, well, like in the case of Albrioza, you know, we've hit, it's now with the PCPA. We've got Health Canada approval. CADTH's made its quite restrictive recommendations. It's sitting with the PCPA. And the University of Calgary has come out with an analysis showing that 93% of people living with ALS in this country won't be able to access Albrioza going forward because CADTH has applied the clinical trial criteria. So I'm having a great discussion with Lori Lambert of CADTH yesterday after her presentation. And she was like, how can we find solutions for this? Well, obviously the answer is going to be real world evidence. But then the question comes up from CADTH, well, it's industry's job to pay for that. They should be doing it. From the patient perspective, why didn't you get your acts together earlier? And they, you know, she said, well, you know, they should have known if we had earlier upstream discussions that were solutions focused, and within Health Canada, there was someone who applied a patient lens, who understood the realities of treatment and clinical care on the ground. You know, if there was someone that understood that the clinical trial criteria of 18 months from symptom onset to diagnosis would not work within Canada, where the mean time to diagnosis is 23.7 months, we could have saved ourselves a lot of time and money, and we would have gotten that drug into more people's arms. Now here we are post-fact going, how do we fix this? Who's going to pay for it? Meanwhile, the patients are dying and freaked out that the Albrioza that they've been receiving through special access program is going to be cut off. No, it won't, thanks to Amylyx. But there's a bun fight going on between Health Canada, CADTH, the PCPA, and who dies in the meantime? People, families, parents, students in university. It is a travesty that no one is taking responsibility and showing leadership. And forgive my intensity around this, but I work on a daily basis with dying people and their lawyers, thank you. Thank you. They're lawyers, they're doctors, they're mothers, they're teachers, and they're intelligent people who look at the published results of every study, you know, and no one appears to care. You know, I was talking with Christine from Health Canada, who's handling, you know, she's working on the strategy, the rare disease strategy. And, you know, we were just blue skying, and I said, well, what if there was not an advocate, but like literally a policy analyst within Health Canada whose job was to work within rare and to look upstream pre-submission for how, you know, and pull together the folks from CADTH and the pharmaceutical companies to have those collaborative early discussions about what's going to make this drug work in Canada in our particular landscape. Because I know for ALS, your access to drugs depends on your doctor, your neurologist. If you don't happen to live in a province with a good multidisciplinary clinic, it's not an understatement to say you're screwed. Most patients will they will move provinces to get a neurologist who will prescribe a drug to them. They will go to the States for clinical care if they can afford it. The inequities of access are intense in this country. And I'm going to stop now because I don't mean to be, you know, throwing out all the barriers and not the solutions, but I think it's, you know, as I will conclude by saying, Celia, as wonderful as it was and as appreciated as it was that we had that session with Health Canada, it took 5 months to get a summary of that session. And as lovely as the folks at Health Canada are, I don't sense that it's going anywhere. We need not patient consultation after the fact or as a secondary element, but an intersectional lens that's applied to every decision within our regulatory framework.
Thanks, Bree. So yeah, just hearing patient experience and voice as early as possible. And, you know, you've touched on the inequity, and I know inequity has been touched on quite a bit. So thanks for that. And Fred, I'll hand it over to you.
Well, I think first of all, it's a hard act to follow for all of you. So it's, I mean, I think, you know, as a person from Newfoundland who grew up a small little town and, you know, seeing my mom help out kids who, you know, didn't have sometimes food to bring to school, gives you a sense of purpose when you move on to, you know, big Toronto or big Montreal, and then you hear this and you really brings it back to a small community. That's what I'm hearing. That's why I'm so proud to actually be leading the rare disease organization for Pfizer in Canada, because I feel like I'm in small town Newfoundland. And even though it can get a little bit frustrating at times from what we're hearing, you know, sometimes when you're in a small town, if you roll up your sleeves, you actually get things done and you actually make change. And that's what I'm seeing here, although there are some frustrations along the way. Now, also, you know, as being a leader at Pfizer, I bring my notes as to what I was going to say, and I think most of us covered. So go, what do I say now? Well, I think what I want to bring the discussion to the conversation around the vision, and Bill talked about, you know, a recipe for disaster. And I think what we've heard here in the last couple of days is a recipe of the willing. We see a lot of people with great ideas, what we could bring together, and having in the last week traveled from Vancouver to the, I suppose, the outlying areas of Montreal, is I heard a couple of things around one of the things that we could do a little bit better is actually around education. So we heard yesterday about communities of practice or communities of competency. So when I talked to some clinical leaders that's actually treating rare diseases and looking whether it's financial models or even in the clinical, they weren't even aware of a rare disease framework. And I thought, if these are going to be the leaders actually leading communities of practice, you know, we could be doing a little bit more to actually educate. And I mean, Cord's done an amazing job in doing that, but I think we can all do a little bit better, like linking these individuals in. At the same time, we talk about those that on the pharmaceutical side or on the patient side that actually work really hard to bring innovations to patients, like time to patient, and actually end up making agreements with a province or with PCPA. And then another insight that I got, and I won't name the province, but it came to my attention by a clinician, that even the hard work that you're doing, you see, this is not on a price list, but this is actually on a form that they fill out to get approval for a patient, the list price of a medication, which those of you who know about negotiations with PCPA, that is not the price the provinces pays. And I'm just wondering, why is there a price on a form that's for a clinical decision? You know, the negotiations has happened. So I thought, you know, that's something as well, like it's bringing not necessarily the right information to the table, because if we're going to bring the right information, we should bring the right information that helps with the decision, if cost is a part. The last one I would like to say is, going back to some of my notes, is around, you know, the recipe of the willing. So we have a medication for older patients in amyloid cardiomyopathy. Won't get into the more technical word, but that's basically what it is. And what we wanted to do was to bring as fast as possible through either the public or through the private means, as fast as we could, the therapy, because it's actually a life-saving medication. And I have to say, if you have the right partner, if you have the right metrics, if you have the willingness to work, and as a pharma company, we work in risk, right? Drug discovery is a risk-reward environment. So we understand that. So you bring that together, I would have to say that we actually were able to have a pay-for-performance model that we put in place to help patients get access in the private sector with an insurance company in record time. And actually was the first for Pfizer, believe it or not. So I'll sum up and I'll pass on in the sense that, I think as much as we may feel over the last 2 days, we've had a lot of really great stories. Sometimes we do glass half full on the recipe for disaster, but I think the people in this room have given me the courage to move on, that we're actually in the recipe of the willing, and I think we can get it done. So thank you. Hand it over to you.
Thank you, Fred, and thank you for the other panelists, and appreciate CORD setting up this conference and having the various stakeholders and perspectives at the table for this open discussion. And yes, I agree with Fred in terms of the willingness to work together. I can give you some examples in my lifetime as the market access head for Sanofi, and having worked in other companies where we presented or proposed the outcomes-based type of agreement. And the challenges are that the provinces are not structured to be able to collect the data, to look at outcomes. They don't have the infrastructure in place. So when we try to innovate, at some point they say, well, thank you, it looks nice, but we can't do this. So there needs to be that willingness at the provincial jurisdictional level to say, we look forward to outcomes-based agreement. Let's look at the infrastructures. Let's look at the measures. And, it's great that CORD has been advocating for that infrastructure to be in place. Let's collect the data. Let's work on a managed access agreement to facilitate access. And then that way we can meet the missing gaps in the data that, would fulfill the needs of the payer. So let's not say, let's have all the data right now before we fund. Well, no, let's look at it. Well, where are the gaps in terms of your decision making? Let's come to an agreement on how we collect that data. Let's use the infrastructure out there. And if you're looking at rare disease, you're not looking at thousands of patients per treatment, right? At most, a couple of dozen or 100 or so. And let's collect that data and agree on what we are measuring. So at the end, we can have that early access to the drug, collect that data, and make that funding decision thereafter, to either continue funding, or maybe, we have to sometimes make those tough decisions to say, okay, maybe at this point in time, the data shows differently and we have to make an alternate decision. And I can give you an example from our company, and this is going back years ago, where there was that willingness to work together. And this is for a rare disease called Fabry's disease. And at that point in time, there was a gap or a need to look at an outcomes-based type of scenario, real-world data. There was not only us as a manufacturer, there's another manufacturer as well. And one of the products did not have Health Canada approval, but there was an issue around security of supply and ensuring that access here in Canada. And so there was actually an agreement in place to start funding these drugs with the provinces and to collect that data over time. We worked with clinicians to be able to collect that data. And that was a great model that worked out actually for rare diseases. I think the challenge now is we have not to put the finger on PCPA, but really we have the jurisdictions coming together, and not every jurisdiction has the ability to collect the data. They may not want to look at it a certain way. And so when you try and have 14 jurisdictions try to hold hands on some sort of agreement, that's where the complexity comes in. And that's where there's that lack of willingness to work together. So I'm glad that that CORD is able to use the federal funds to come up with some sort of infrastructure for rare disease products, but let's use that infrastructure to help fill the gaps, to get earlier access and inform payers how to move forward with funding new innovative therapies.
Thanks, Bennett. And I know Durhan wants to speak, but first I wanted to just ask Celia, you've heard all the panelists' opening comments, just if you had any reaction to anything that's been shared.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Bree, for the feedback. I'll certainly take that back to the team with regards to the ALS session. I was reflecting on, I think it was gentleman from Sanofi, and the comment around data. I think that's an important piece of the puzzle as well, is seeing how we can harness data from the very beginning until clinical trials are conducted, and then in the post-market as well, harnessing real-world data. But earlier than that, when we talk about product development, is looking at how can we make it more efficient. So looking at model-informed drug development, how can we use modeling simulation to answer some of the questions we may have around rare diseases that can help expedite the development process. So that being also an area that we need to look at, and the rare disease space is a good one to look at in terms of leveraging those new tools that are emerging and that regulators are looking at. There is a discussion group at ICH, at the International Council on Harmonization, looking at model-informed drug development and how to leverage that in order to expedite the development process and decrease costs. So looking at less use of certain resources during development in order to decrease costs and speed up the process to have those products come to the regulators for review sooner. So that was another area I wanted to highlight, but everything else that's been said makes certainly sensitive to and makes a lot of sense. These are all areas that we need to work on together. It is a systemic issue. There are so many players along the system, but we need to come together to find the solutions.
Thanks, Celia. Durhan, do you want to?
I'm just really want to come back briefly because we put some of the case studies up there just to provide a context. And it's not my intention to go through these case studies in any kind of deep way, maybe just to put a bit forth. And you've already heard from Bree, and you've heard from Susie, and you've actually heard from Christine as well with regard to these therapies, but just to put them in context, right? I mean, when we're looking at, thanks a lot, NF1, neurofibromatosis type 1. I mean, this again is, a condition in which there is absolutely no other treatment. It affects children. It's a genetic condition. Many of them do get, and if they were appropriately diagnosed, would get, a diagnosis almost immediately, but sometimes it takes several years to get them diagnosed. But it's manifest by, tremendous growth, tumors. And some of those tumors are actually disfiguring. They actually interfere in terms of patients' ability to eat because they're growing on the face. They also wrap around the nerves, which obviously, as you can imagine, having tumors wrap around the nerves, they're really resistant in many cases to surgery because, again, where they're located, and oftentimes if the surgery is done, they actually have to take out some of the other tissues around them. So this is, a real challenge in terms of therapy. We're hoping to have Vijay here to speak to it directly. He's one of the clinicians who was in the clinical trials. Unfortunately, or fortunate for him, his wife went into labor. So he decided he needed to kind of be with her as opposed to showing up here. So we fully understand that. But, the treatment, selumetinib, when you look at it, very, very small patient community that would participate. I think in Canada, we had maybe 20 some patients. We talked to about 4 of them and to others that not. It shrinks the tumor. I mean, I asked Vijay, I said, how well does it work? He said, it works in every single one of them. What does it do? It shrinks the tumor. It disappears. And the testimony back from the patients is that we get on with our lives. We absolutely shrink that tumor. So right now, submission's gone into CADIV, and I'm not saying what CADIV will or not do for it, but, but very small patient population, high uncertainty, very difficult in terms of being able to demonstrate, what the long-term benefits are going to be, because we don't have any evidence whether these tumors come back or how long it's going to last, but, that's the evidence. So I put that out there. And it's one of the issues on the table. The one that you heard Christine talked about already, right? Fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. The fact that we've even learned to say that is actually amazing, because this, again, is one of those conditions that one has to think about. Basically, soft tissue turns to bone. We had a patient, parent talk about it at the last meeting. And if you can imagine what it's like, and it's incidental injury, you don't know when it's going to happen. We had a number of really amazing patient advocates, Miriam, who used to come to our meetings, right? And would absolutely continue to work, even though her body was increasingly encased in skeleton. I mean, it's the one that people call stiff man syndrome, right? At the end of the day, your body becomes so encased in a second skeleton that you may or may not be able to move. I mean, this is the challenge we're talking about. Now, we've got a treatment made in Canada, discovered, well, repurposed in Canada, brought to the market, first country to have it. Is it going to be accepted? It's not a cure. What it does is it prevents flare-ups. Now, how do we actually measure preventing flare-ups? And what the patients tell us, I used to have 6 a year. Now I'm down to 2 a year. How impactful is that going to be in our drug review process to basically, yeah, I went from 6 flare-ups to 2 a year. And we're not absolutely going to have, great evidence in terms of increased mobility, longer life. Patients say provides an improved quality of life, and it doesn't necessarily work for everybody. So this is something to keep in mind. How do we know exactly which patients will benefit? But for the patients who are on it and have been on it, the impact can be tremendous. Not the least of which it reduces the stress and not having to feel that every single time you're doing something, the slightest misstep, or even sometimes not even a misstep, will cause a flare up, and you're going to develop then another, bone growth. I mean, again, a really difficult one, right? Maybe I won't go through all of them because I think you'll hear a lot of the same that we talked about. One of the ones that have just come through is, we talked about ALS, a drug in submission. Again, I mean, the challenge for ALS is when we have a biomarker. Does it work or doesn't it work? I mean, patients will tell you it's a quality of life issue, and you can in fact see it, but from a quantitative point of view, it's really hard, right?
Yeah,
Like,
extremely. Yeah, it's
extremely hard.
heterogeneous, no biomarkers. It's very, very tough.
It's very, very tough. And I think there's the challenge, right? In terms of what are these drugs doing? What are they going to do? The one that we talked.
Can I just offer quickly, Durhan, a quick story of access for someone with genetic SOD1 ALS? A challenge that they had accessing tofersen. It's an interesting little case study because it offers a perspective on very different barriers than the ones we've identified today. Super quick, he's a BC man, genetic SOD1 ALS. As you know, we don't have a multidisciplinary ALS clinic in BC. So the neurologist that he was finally able to get in BC wouldn't put him on tofersen. And I'm not quite sure why, what criteria he didn't meet. I don't think he was fast progressing enough at the time, but he knew he would benefit from it. And so he pursued treatment in Alberta. They said you'd have to move to Alberta to get served by our ALS clinic. Angela at Neuro in Montreal said, fine, come to me, I'll take. Luckily, he's wealthy. He was able to fly out on his own nickel to be treated by Angela. She was willing to get him on tofersen, but couldn't get the infusions in Montreal. So he found a neuroradiologist with hospital admitting privileges able to do the infusion for him in Kelowna, where he lived. And they weren't able to do so because of concerns around malpractice insurance. So he sits 6 months later, fully able to benefit from tofersen, unable to get the infusion in the province where he lives.
That was a very, clear illustration of the challenges within our system, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just to come back
And
to
there's
it,
a
and I won't
million
go
of
through
these
all them.
stories.
Exactly. But I really want to thank, first of all, Sang-Mi and actually Alex for their contributions, because they come from some of that inside knowledge in terms of what goes on in there. And that's where we need to be able to take advantage of that better. But also what we heard from Celia saying, what Sang-Mi say, and Alex, I know in your experience as well, we're trying to get to a system where these are not exceptions. These are not one-offs. These are not going to be, drugs that we have to decide, is it going to set a precedent, because we don't have a process for doing this. Think about what NICE has. NICE has a highly specialized therapeutics stream. It basically says drugs that fit certain criteria go into that stream. It's not a one-off. It's not an exception. It's not going to show, set a new precedent, because that's the stream. And it makes sense because these are those kinds of therapies, right, that really are going to require you to be able to, kind of put the patients on, kind of decide whether or not it's working for them. You have to have criteria at the beginning as well. And then you're able to continue. It's where you can collect real world evidence, to Susie's point, in an environment that says this constitutes real world evidence. These are the, in NICE, the NHS has commissioned clinics. These are the clinics. They're going to collect that information. They're going to be able to return that information, and they're going to be able to then make a determination over the period of time that we agreed as to whether or not it works. And to NICE's credit, sometimes that period of time is 5 or 6 years. We don't expect overnight miracles. We're going to continue to support. So I think these are the kinds of things we're talking about. Put them into some kind of a form.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean.
And also so I've actually had conversations with the UK around this, right? And the thing is, not only do they have all this sort of how to do managed access now kind of at a system, the patient consent, and basically how they advise patients that maybe you will be taken off, like all of that is already organized and they know what to do. But that's also not how they actually mitigate financial risks. You talk to them, the way that they actually are able to do this is because they have a great mechanism to sort of cap the funding or cap the the revenues from the manufacturers. They have a great way to look at actually like ICER thresholds, which we don't want to talk about, but they have them and they've had them forever. And it is actually something that they actually do talk about with even orphan disease companies. And they also have other mechanisms by which they are able to not have to negotiate a whole bunch of other drugs. So they free up resources in order to concentrate their efforts on a sort of more unique set of drugs. So we can't just pick and choose what we like from the system. We really need to think about how we holistically transform our system so that we can do this better. Like it's people who are negotiating these drugs they don't have more resources that they can actually just use to try to figure out a different system for a group of drugs, right? That's why I say we need to have a consensus. We need to have a vision, much higher level that we all agree to, and we all agree to resource properly and actually commit to some kind of like specific goals and deliverables, and we need to all be accountable to that.
You're hired. No problem. I mean, but this is what we need, right? It is the case. And that's why I go back to what Bennett said, right? We need the infrastructure in place. We need to have legitimate pathways for being able to collect that information so we don't set up these agreements and then still have to manage, for 2 or 3 years, how we're going to collect that data. And it's true. We know managed access agreements. Hypophosphatemia, was one of those. We put it in place. And guess what? We couldn't figure out how to collect that information over the longest period of time. Fabry was a great example. They just put the funding in there to actually set up, those research sites to collect the information and to analyze the information. But it was expensive. And I think we also agree it doesn't have to be that expensive. So I just wanted to put that out on the table. I guess, my question to you guys is, how do we proceed in this so that we don't, as Sang-Mi says, waste the resources on tasks that we don't have to waste the resources on. We don't spend 2 or 3 years negotiating. We don't spend 2 or 3 years setting up a managed access agreement and realize that we don't know how to collect the information or what information to collect. And we don't have an automatic mechanism that allows us to say, this is what we learned. So this is the implications back, right? So it would allow adult patients to go on, to be able to say, okay, we're on, here's what you need to demonstrate. How do we actually collect that information? And I mean, I would say that for most patients, we go back to the same. I mean, you put it clearly in your submissions. If it doesn't work, we're happy to stop. Nobody wants to take this drug for life if it's clear that it doesn't work.
So just to add on to that, the evidence that's submitted for real world evidence, to accept it and then not value that evidence for studies completed internationally. We have Canadian clinicians across Canada that provided input on that submission, and to hear responses back from CADTH that they did not like, that there was no RCTs in the submission. How do you collect real world evidence in countries that have access and then have an RCT? And how do we provide that ethics right here in Canada when we have few patients and a treatment that is effective, and we have a patient that's prior to treatment was unable to roll over in bed, and now with treatment she's cooking meals for her family and providing all her own personal care. And then some of the comments on the response was the placebo effect was brought up. I don't know if there's ever anybody heard of a study that has come out that a placebo effect can last over a year. That's a miraculous situation right there. Another one was if they would do more physiotherapy, that would be reversing effect. I'm just going to pause for dramatic effect after that one. There's been one of my trips very early on in this exhausting advocacy process, I look fondly back on as my There's No Santa Claus trip. And that was when I realized that you just don't ask government and expect that they see the value to the patient and value that outcome that the patient reports as accurate. There's a doubt. And I guess that's what our ask is to see it as valuable information. And,
Yeah, maybe as well as you ask, what the vision is, right? So I think some of these things that you're hearing from how we get to manage access or different access plans, some of it will come down to the molecule at the place at the right time. And there's work to be done. But if I kind of go higher level and looking at the work that we've done through CORD with the SMART plan input that went through Health Canada, I think with Celia on the line, I would be remiss to say there is probably something we could propose for the willingness that Health Canada has brought. So first of all, they've brought a consultation. There's money on the table. I can tell you my 25 years of being in the industry, I never really had those two for any disease area that I manage. So I think that's a good actually step. But I think, what I would send back to Health Canada is I think right now there's some low hanging fruit, and you've heard it here over the last 2 days. Actually, I've heard it here over the last 2 years, but what are we actually aiming for, which is the definition, which could be very easily, we're the only one of the G7 but it exists. If you go on the Health Canada website, you'll see like a definition that we've all aligned on is there. The second part is we've talked about parallel reviews. So they exist. So why not codify it in the system? So then as innovators, we don't have to spend time back wondering, are we going to be, are we on, where are we in the process? So, that stuff is sort of known. And then thirdly, you have actually a process that it has some form of equity built into the system. So then when you get to the harder stuff, which, I hate to admit it, is the dollar piece. But again, I think we've shown over time that, we can get there. But I think there's some low-hanging fruit that I think, Celia, I would say to kind of give back, and great to have, Michelle and Daniel here yesterday as well, that I think, when you do come out with the next piece, hopefully we'll see the things that CORD and the membership here and the patients have already actually put on the table that we could put in place. So that would be my selling position to Health Canada.
Thanks, Fred. And I think we're going to open it up to questions in the room.
Hi, my name is Deanna Baduke, and I am the founder president of Acromegaly Canada. And I have a question for Celia for Health Canada. When it comes to approving medications, is your policy standards the same for approving a generic medication that just came out to market as it is approving a trade medication for a rare disease?
Thank you for the question. So the standards the standards are different between a generic and a new innovative drug for an orphan disease. For generics, we do have what we call an abbreviated process, given that there's already an innovative product that's been on the market for a long time. So the generic is meant to copy that innovative product and leverage the safety and efficacy data that's already long established for the innovative product. So the level of evidence is abbreviated for the generic versus a new drug that has not been marketed before. The level of evidence for that would be more extensive. We would need more on the clinical trial side in particular. Would need more data to support the safety and efficacy of such a product.
So do you still look at the data and the quality and if it actually works properly before you approve a generic medication for a rare disease?
Oh, for a generic medication for rare disease, sorry, maybe I misunderstood your question. For a generic medication for rare disease, the process would be the same as for a generic medication for any other disease. It's the same abbreviated process. So no, there wouldn't really be any additional requirement if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense.
Thanks. That was great. I think Bill has gone back to Lori.
Hi, I'm brave enough to stand up here. Not very tall, though. I just wanted to say, it's really hard to listen to all this. I've been in HTA for 20 years now, at Ines and Cadith. But I did just want to point out that I think it is a moment. So RWE guidance has been posted. That is a collaboration between Health Canada and Cadith. We're saying we're going to, that we're on the same page of all the principles of that RWE guidance. It's open for feedback until January 6th. And I just think it is a starting point, that we are trying. If you read our What We Learned reports, what you're talking about, we heard it, and I know hearing it and doing something are two very different things, but we have guidance and it's posted. It was done with international experts. It's a chance forward of how to submit RWE. Cadith and Health Canada are agreeing. They're going to agree to those principles when we get that final document. And I just think that's a really good place, at least, to start. So I just wanted to point that out, and let's bring your feedback, give the feedback on that document to move forward. And the whole vision is this we have parallel scientific advice. We're looking at dialogue. We try to dialogue. We've reported on having dialogue. So I just think we are at least in a better place to move forward, even though I know it'll never be fast enough, for the problems that the people in this room are facing.
Just like to respond, we're very excited about the changes coming. Just cannot say thank you enough for implementing these changes and making educated decisions with that. Our concern as a community is in the interim, when we have a progressive disease and patients that are losing their family structure, their lives, essentially careers in the interim, what have we got?
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I just want to thank the panel for the really moving presentation today. And I think it highlights some of the points of, now this is right from the clinician through the research, through the policy, the importance of listening to the patients. And we saw that how a lot of these gaps in care are by not listening to the patients through all levels of the spectrum, right up to the health policy with the government of Canada and with the provincial health authorities. And also it highlights the importance of breaking down the provincial barriers and silos that are creating some of these gaps that we could eliminate, like we saw with some of the therapies where people are moving provinces or trying to move provinces to get the care. And, I've seen where I'm from BC, I'm working quality improvement on various initiatives, as well as some, national stuff, and seeing the gaps in care for rare disease patients. It's important. This is more that, we get these therapies in place, that we approve more drugs that are, Canada's falling behind in, but that we are already failing if we don't have better supports for the patients, right from going to the emergency room where they are dismissed from the doctors and not listened to because the doctor doesn't understand their conditions. They get called a hypochondriac, yet they have all these conditions. So we need a culture change, and we need physician quality training right from the level of primary care, emergency care, right up through the whole spectrum. And I think that in all this work, we need to keep that in mind as we move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I just make one quick comment? Sorry, I'm standing beside everyone or between everyone and lunch, right? Just on Lori's comment on the RWE guidance, I have a lot of optimism on the collaboration between Health Canada and Cadith. And I really hope, as I'm sure everyone in this room does, that we are now moving away from the days of discrepant decisions between Health Canada and Cadith, because that is not helping, especially the rare disease community at all. So if we see Health Canada approval and Cadith do not list recommendations, there's a problem there. And I'm hoping that this collaboration means that we're kind of moving away from that. So hopefully that's what comes out of the consultation and what happens moving forward.
Can I just throw a comment in there? That it would be really nice if they stop thinking about your wealth and start thinking about our health. a lot more. Collaboration is so key. And we have to also consider the factor that just because you turn 18, you're not as, important for some reason. That has got to stop. The rare disease patient is going to become a parent one day and will still need the support. We'll always need the support. We need to build on that as well.
Thank you. And I think that's a great way to end. Thank you to the panelists very much.
So it's lunchtime. Thank you, Alex. That was well managed. That was the biggest panel I think that we've had so far at CORD. Okay, so we have a full hour for lunch. Enjoy. We'll see you back here at 1:30. Great job.
Did you say that? Unfortunately, we went to the hospital about 3 months ago because he had some stomach bug, and we think he got C. diff, and we've been fighting C. diff ever since for the last 3 months. So all the gains that we think he made, unfortunately, were lost. But hopefully, once he gets over C. diff, we're hoping that we'll see things improving much more. Any questions, or is that are we doing questions? I wasn't sure. Sorry.
Just congratulations on an inspirational story. It's very touching and moving, and I was aware of it prior to hearing you talk, and we blogged about it as well too. It's an amazing story, but it shouldn't be like this. Like, it should not be the responsibility of parents to crowdsource their way to pathways to help their children. And this is precisely the area where I believe we can do better. And so congratulations on this amazing story. And it's horrendous that you had to go through it. But thank you for showing us that it's possible. you know, end to end in 3 years. And it's an incredible achievement.
Thank you. And to add to that, you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm helping 30 families either do an ASO, a gene therapy, or a drug screen today. I do a gene therapy 101 class monthly because there's so many families. I mean, when we came out with our story, we timed it because we didn't want to come out and say, oh, look, Michael got treated and what about your children? So we waited 3 months until the FDA approved RP. So we can come out and say, Michael got treated and now we can help your children as well. And we're hoping that, you know, with the families that we're helping with the 30 other families, some of them are very close. The problem that we have is the significant amount of money it takes to manufacture the drug, to do toxicology. And we were very fortunate. We got huge discounts from the companies, but it's still millions and millions of dollars. That's why one of the things that we're doing is we're starting up a nonprofit in the next couple of months to take 5 programs to the clinic so we can show that it can be done, that it can be sustained, that it can be done in a manner that is not an open IND where only the rich or people that can raise money can get this drug. It should be accessible to all the children, right? If a drug is there, it shouldn't be like, well, there's only 10 children being treated and then it's going to be another 5 years before we see something else. It should be, let's get the drug as quickly as possible, knowing that these are nano conditions to these treatable children, prove that it's efficacious and it's safe. And if it is, there should be a fast track process for these diseases. And I know it's thinking outside the box and it's moving things along, but otherwise what's going to happen is I'm going to dose 10 kids and that's going to be the end of it, right? The drug is going to sit on the shelf and no one else is ever going to get it. So that's what we're trying to do. And you're absolutely right. I don't know. There's no right answer, but I think we should figure that out together.
Yeah, thanks. I think, you know, speaking probably on everyone in the room, but, you know, it's such inspiration. With CORD and Durham being an amazing tour de force, we submitted a Canada First Research Excellence Fund competition this year. So we'll hear hopefully in February. I think there's other people in the same competition this year. These typically are about $100 million federal programs. And when we worked on this program and with CORD and all of our partners, we have all the research institutes across Canada on board. We have a large number of industry and private partnerships and family partnerships. And you know what we settled as a name? The thing is called One Child, Every Child. And I think, you know, your family and the stories that we hear from families is exactly that. The aspirations of one child should be the aspirations for every child, for every family and every community. And I think you just beautifully showed us that. So fingers crossed, let's all do it. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Awesome.
Excellent. Are you going to stick around for the afternoon?
yeah,
Keep on
absolutely.
figuring this out. I can't believe you're an IT expert and now you're like a biotech leader.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? So thank you.
Honestly. All right, we're going to pass it over to Vincent for the next session. Thanks so much.
Good afternoon. It's a great privilege for me to be here today. I've been actually enjoying every single discussion and presentation which have been made here. My name is Vincent Moser. I'm a physician by training. I'm an internist, so I'm board certified in internal medicine. I've been also very lucky in my life. I spent the past 30 years, I guess, at the interface between genes and drugs. I learned pharmacology in Switzerland and in Australia. I learned genetics in Dallas, Texas. I've also been very lucky because I've decided at one stage of my career to really see what it is to develop drugs. So I moved to industry in 2002, wanting to spend there a couple of years, but eventually spent 10 years on the dark side of the fence, like people are saying. I must say that these 10 years, I call them now my 10-year sabbatical, because it was so incredibly inspiring as well to see how hard it is to bring drugs to the market. I went back to academia then in 2011 and joined McGill in 2019 to build up under the umbrella of this Canada Excellence Research Chair, a genomic medicine program. I have a conflict to disclose here. I've received shares from an IT company called Medeloop, which is developing solutions to collect, integrate, analyze data from rare disease patients. So I just took these words from a presentation yesterday by Leanne Ward, and she was describing what is needed from research. We need registries for sure, real world data. We need diagnostic innovation. We heard this morning that there is no biomarker for ALS, and most importantly, surrogate markers of efficacy for new ALS treatment. We need to better understand mechanism of disease, but also it's very clear from Terry's presentation and others, we need novel therapies and clinical trials. I think time is really unique because there are now also some outstanding opportunities which I believe we should really seize here. I'm talking about genomics. As you know, whole genome or exome sequencing has been commoditized now to reach probably a few $100 to be carried out. There are some other technologies like multi-omics, which can really bring to bear, especially in understanding rare diseases. There are also some cohorts now, long population-based cohorts like the UK Biobank with 500,000 people. There are some disease cohorts, but they are not enough. And we need certainly to build that on the experience from those who have successfully built these cohorts to build new ones. IT has made spectacular breakthroughs as well. Electronic medical records, of course, but also wearables, and all these type of technology which shall be now brought to bear to really collect and generate real-world evidence and also historical controls for investigational therapies. And also now it's the chance really new therapies, RNA, gene therapies, and so forth. So time is quite unique, and I think we need to grab it. We have actually grabbed it under certain circumstances in Montreal. I just want to show here a couple of slides. This slide is the first, I guess, map of the coding variation of the French-Canadian genome. What we had access to is a few thousand exomes. That means the coding region of the genome that we could analyze with John Rioux at Institut Cardiologie de Montréal. And we asked a very simple question. What are the variations within these genomes and how do they compare to Europeans, non-Finnish? And the result is shown here. You can essentially see two peaks here, but the peak on the right illustrates variants which are specific to French Canadians. They have been enriched in this population because of the founder effect. We could here found the known suspects. That means these variants causing ARSACs or some of these diseases which are part of the French Canadian heritage. But we could also see more than 120 variants which we suspect are pathogenic and which may cause diseases which are enriched in French Canadians. We need to explore them because they may cause rare diseases, and not only it may really incur some major cost to the society, but also be an opportunity to better understand these diseases and treat them. Genetics has been fundamental in bringing up new drugs to the market. We heard about Terry, there are lots of examples as well, but I just want to remind those who may not be familiar with the process of what it takes to bring new drugs to the market. It's a well-delineated process of a suite of go, no-go decisions which need to be made at each of these steps, being the drug discovery part or on the left, or the drug development part. That means as soon as it is into humans on the right-hand side. And it's a very challenging experience, as you know. It's estimated that bringing up a drug to the market would cost between $2 and $5 billion. It is estimated that it takes a minimum of 8 years. And in average, it takes 11 years. So it's a very risky business because it's beyond what any politician would see as the next goal, 4 years, 5 years, election date. We're talking about 11 years down the road, and success rate is very small as well. In average, it's 5%. 5% of the drugs which go into humans, first time into man, eventually reach approval in the market. For rare diseases, it's a bit more than that. It's around 18%, but still. Genetics has been really instrumental in bringing new drugs to the market, and we have looked at that very carefully recently. I think if you go to Google and put genes, drugs, you will find PCSK9 inhibitors. I don't know if the word PCSK9 rings a bell to you. It's a new class of drugs which is originally developed for a rare disease, familial hypercholesterolemia resistant to statins. But really, the gene was discovered in Canada. It was discovered by Nabil Saideh at the University of Montreal. And what also Nabil found is that there are families who have mutations in these genes. If it is a gain of function, that means the gene is overactive, that causes hypercholesterolemia. But if the gene is defective, it causes actually low cholesterol levels, low risk of heart attack. And that's why you can see here in La Presse, this gene, and there are mutations which are specific to the French-Canadian population, has been called as well youth fountain, une fontaine de jouvence. And the story of PCSK9 is just phenomenal. In 2002, Nabil discovered this gene and published it. In 2006, there was an amazing observation made by my former mentor in Dallas, Texas. She discovered one person who was completely defective genetically of PCSK9. And this person was perfectly healthy. She had no cholesterol in the blood, but was perfectly healthy. And the fact that mutations in these genes are associated with a lesser risk of heart attack, lower cholesterol, and genetically deficient people are healthy, really pointed industry to develop this new class of drugs called PCSK9 inhibitors, which are now widely prescribed and reached the market in 2015. This is a world record, probably, of bringing up new drugs to the market. But also, and it's really interesting and I think relevant for our discussion today, there are now gene therapies as well being developed to lower the concentration of PCSK9 or the activity. It's a gene therapy administered to reach the liver, because that's where PCSK9 is active. And if it were to work as a gene therapy, that could be a permanent solution to lower the risk of heart disease. And imagine the applications that it may have all over the world, including in countries which are not as wealthy as ours. So that's a beautiful story, I would really say. But it's not the only story. And we've been looking very carefully at that recently with Kate Trajanowska in my lab. We've been asking this question: how many drugs would not have seen the light of day if there had not been a genetic discovery behind that? And we found 60 drugs, which actually are 47 first in class for 40 targets, that means 40 diseases. And I think it was interesting to carefully look at these 60 success stories. First thing is, they are mostly for rare diseases. And you can see actually the largest bar. Most of these are for metabolic conditions. So the usual suspects, Pompe, Fabry, and so forth, which are very important diseases, mostly metabolic. And most of these therapies are really enzyme replacing therapies. But there is also a very interesting learning from looking at what type of therapies these are. And you can see, going from left to right, that actually the majority are biologicals. That means monoclonal antibodies mostly. You can see as well some gene therapy. We have been largely now presented that. Antisense oligonucleotides, but small molecules which are normally easier to synthesize and have what is called a lesser cost of goods, are really a minority. And mostly here, these are small molecules, for instance, for CF, for cystic fibrosis. So the message here is that genetics has been wonderful in bringing up new targets and eventually new drugs to the market, but mostly for rare diseases, which is good news. Not that many small molecules, though. But what also we saw is that there is a whole bunch of new targets now emerging from these genomic initiatives, and we need to anticipate these new drugs coming for testing into humans. And that will raise an interesting, nice to have, in a way, challenge to industry. How to prioritize them, how to select the ones which have the highest chance to reach the market, how to pick the ones that essentially will also have less side effects. And here genetics can work as well. And I'm taking one example. I'm taking, and you may laugh, a very old example. It's 40 years old. That's the story of statins. And I think that very much aligns with what Terry has been saying before. Today, as you probably know, 30% of the adult population takes statins. Lower cholesterol, prevent heart attack. But the original description really of why statins would be promising comes from genetics. And I put here the name of Mike Brown and Joe Goldstein. These guys discovered the LDL receptor being responsible for familial hypercholesterolemia and got the Nobel Prize for that. I actually trained in them, and they have been teaching me genetics essentially and lipids. So it was a great experience. But statins, which came out of this work and were supposed to treat familial hypercholesterolemia as a rare disease, was initially tested and demonstrated to be effective in patients with this rare disease. It's a New England Journal of Medicine paper, 1981, N=7. So you can imagine here exactly what Terry was showing before. That means rare diseases can be an entry point as well for the drugs, which eventually will have a much bigger market. And but to show proof of concept, it's very, very unique opportunity. We want to capitalize on these stories. We want to build up a system, an infrastructure at McGill, but also broader, which could eventually capture all these opportunities in terms of genomics, in terms of IT, medical records, RNA therapeutics. And the chance here is that because the federal government has been launching a large program called CFREF, where we have applied, it really forced us to sit down together and think, what can we do together? And I'm just sharing that with you, not that CFREF has been granted by no means, but just because it forced us to sit down together and come up with one proposition, which is shown here. It all starts with patients, of course, and use genetics and genomics to find the new drug targets, identified target. Validate them. That means bringing genetics information to demonstrate what is the optimal indication, what could be the safety signals which we should anticipate. Remember the PCSK9 story. And then, of course, do all the preclinical, come up with candidate, then come up with RNA therapeutics and others, which would be ready to be tested into humans. And so really closing the loop and making sure that patients benefit from all these efforts and their generosity as well in sharing data and samples. That's the overarching goal. Our group really will contribute to this effort by building up the research to patients infrastructure, and we will essentially contribute to using genetics and genomics to target validation, but also at the end of the loop, before it's getting close, doing what we call precision drug development. That means exactly the story that I've been telling you about statins, testing in genetically selected new compounds to make sure that they are effective before they go into a broader application. Of course, it's very ambitious, and people will tell us, okay, you need to walk before you run. We actually had, and it's really unfortunate because of these horrible and devastating consequences of COVID, but it also was for us the opportunity to show that we can build this type of infrastructure. And the timelines are shown here. I met Rémi Quirion, who is the Chief Scientific Officer of Quebec and the head of Genome Canada and the head of FRQS, Carole Jabé. 8 days after the pandemic was declared by WHO. And they were telling me, okay, we like your project, your stuff, but we have a major problem. We have a tsunami of patients coming into the province, and we will need research to really help understand this disease and taken care of. And they said, okay, you know how to build this type of things. We give you the mandate, build up a COVID biobank for Quebec. And thanks to lots of effort from people with experience in virology, in immunology, in genetics, I really want to mention and salute here Manzawati, who provided his expertise also in ethics. We managed, and I think it's a Guinness Book record, to put together in 11 days our infrastructure with ethics approval, conditional, with SOPs, questionnaire, and all that in different places, and train the people, so that on the 1st of April, we managed to recruit the first patient with COVID at the Jewish General Hospital in Quebec. Within a couple of months, we recruited 1,000 patients. We also got the funding, and I want to salute here the provincial government in Quebec, but also the Federal Office of Public Health in Canada, who funded this effort. They were seeing the value of having high quality research and samples for research on COVID. Because we were early in the game, we could contribute to some major international efforts to identify variants within the human genome associated with COVID severity. This is, for instance, one of the results that we found. Every peak here corresponds to a region in the genome which is associated with COVID severity. With Brent Richards, we nailed down one of these peaks on chromosome 12 and identified, for instance, a new gene which actually has been transmitted from the Neanderthal genome, which seems to offer some protection against COVID, and which is now looked after by pharmaceutical companies as a way to protect from COVID. We're very concerned by science. We're very concerned by patients as well and being inclusive. And thanks to the support from CIHR, I want to thank here Chris, and Genome Canada and Genome Quebec, we could put together a week before a symposium on making sure that research in genomics is sufficiently diverse and equitable. That's just the start of the journey, and we want to continue down this road in the years to come. So very practically, what we want to do now is work with two partners. We're working on the left-hand side with the Jewish General Hospital, and we also will work with the Institut de Recherche Clinique de Montréal to recruit patients with common and rare diseases, focusing initially on diabetic complications, because we believe it's a big unmet need. On the right-hand side, we also are building up our capabilities in collecting and recruiting rare disease patients. And for that effort, we're working with the Réseau Regroupement Québécois des Maladies Orphelines, Gaëlle Ouellet, and her team, the RQMO, and also this company I mentioned to you, who is putting together the IT solution, which is absolutely needed to collect and analyze this data. Initially, we are starting actually this project with two diseases. Again, we want to be very specific when we're starting these efforts. One is with Ehlers-Danlos condition, which is a rare disease, but causing a lot of suffering. And where there are lots of questions, including really to better understand the fluctuation of the patients and why it's so painful. And also an ultra rare disease, which is part of the French Canadian heritage, which is called the Leigh syndrome, lactic acidosis Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. So I thank you for your attention. Thank you again for having me here, and again, giving me the chance to express my enthusiasm to supporting research in rare diseases. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Vincent. There may be a question or two for you if you'd like to stick around. We actually have a few more minutes before the final speaker from this panel is going to join Bruce Carleton from UBC.
And just a quick announcement that there's no formal break this afternoon because he was only able to join at 2:30. So if you do need to grab a coffee, you can do so quietly. And there should be, there are snacks at the back. I can see John holding down the snack buffet, and thank you very much. Any questions for Vincent from what we heard on this one? Oh, here we go. The previous panelist is perfect.
Does Canada have a bank of genetic characterizations? So for example, it's believed that our disease is characterized as early onset Alzheimer's. So is there a bank or biobank of a database that is able to pull from to see if we can correlate that together?
Yes, Terry, thanks for asking these questions. Yes, there are a bunch of cohorts. For instance, there is the CLSA, which is a very important cohort in Canada of 42,000 people. So the Canada study, longitudinal study of aging, and this type of phenotypes, that means the ones associated with dementia or minimal cognitive impairments, are being very carefully recorded by CLSA. There is actually a very extensive now analysis being done on the CLSA participants, and that's a unique resource really for research. So I think Canada is doing very well in that sense. I think we need more cohorts, and we need to make them interoperable so that they can talk to each other. And there is also the possibility to do what I call recall by genotype studies. That means recontacting patients for enrolling them into trials.
Excellent. We had some great feedback online as well. They were very encouraged by knowing that this is happening. So thank you. And I think the next panel that's going to come on, we've got Joan Paulin from PAH Canada. I know you're always grabbing the microphone, but my favorite story about research for a broader disease that can help a rare genetic based disorder, but then come back is sildenafil, which was studied for a heart disorder. Of course, then it was mass marketed as Viagra in terms of the brand, but its use in rare disorders is in familial pulmonary hypertension. So that was just another, example of how rare can actually help study for broader uses and be marketed, and then maybe come back and help patients with rare disorders.
Yeah, I like the sildenafil story as well a lot. You probably know the anecdote. It was discovered and developed to correct hypertension originally. And the funny thing is, and it always comes back to very fine observers, is that the compliance to the drug during its treatment was much higher in men than in females. And people were wondering why, that they got the answer and then decided to find these alternative indication. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, the results were very exciting. Sorry.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. We're going to call up to the podium. I think I was looking, Chris McMaster. We've got a bit of time while we're waiting for the Bruce to join. And look, he's running. Thank you again. Please join me in thanking Vincent. Chris has a public service announcement of what CIHR is doing around patient engagement. So we're going to get I'll get your slide up. You take the mic.
All right, perfect. In the spirit of CORD, the CIHR Institute of Genetics actually, a few months back now, hired a patient engagement team lead, Dr. Jillian Banfield. I don't know if you know Jillian or not. She's been in the patient engagement field for almost 10 years now. We're the first institute to have a full-time patient engagement person, and the first folks at CIHR to have such a thing as well. One of the things that Jillian is meant to do is she's also a rare disease patient herself, which we thought was important in terms of getting somebody in the job. And she's looking to bring the patient experience into everything we do at the Institute of Genetics. From, if we're even going to plan a funding opportunity or plan a workshop, how do you actually ensure the patient voice is heard actually during the funding opportunity design, not just waiting for the funding opportunity to then be announced, but then when the funding opportunity is announced, make sure we have the right best in practice wording in the funding opportunity so that the patients are engaged at the ground level rather than engaged in designing what the research studies should look like at the last minute. So that's what it's meant to do, and Jillian's excellent at it. And we're holding a virtual workshop, January 30th, 2023. The URL is there, or if you're very schmancy, you can just take a picture or scan the actual QR code and it'll take you right to the webpage. It's free. And we want to get as many patients, caregivers, et cetera, attending as possible so that we can get your thoughts on exactly what best practices we should be incorporating as an institute at CIHR to ensure patients' voices are heard in everything we do. So thank you, Durhane and the CORD folks, for letting me do this public service announcement. And we hope as many of you as possible can attend this workshop and help us learn from you, and then return the favor and hopefully embed what we've learned from you into what we do. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Chris. Everyone come out the 23rd of January. Is that going to be virtual? Did you say virtual or in person? Virtual. Okay. So yeah, 23rd of January in Halifax is kind of iffy, right? And it's free. Free is good. We like free. Okay, so we gather that Dr. Bruce Carleton is on the line. So we're going to call him up onto the Zoom screen to explain what he is doing out of UBC. And Durhan, you didn't disappoint, this being a very exciting afternoon. So thank you. This is the panel. Okay, Bruce, over to you.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. We're good.
Okay, good. Is there any way I can share my screen?
The AV experts will allow you to share your screen.
All right.
As long as you promise to share your slides after.
You can't, sure, of course. I can't share it yet, but tell me when. I'm trying. Here we go. So I'm just going to show 5 slides and talk for 5 or 6 or 7 minutes, and then we'll open it up for questions. I'm sorry I can't be with you today. I'm in the midst of being in the middle of clinic. So I wanted to talk about the framework that my network's working on in the ultimate rare disease. So, but first I want to show you a bell-shaped curve and say that the problem that we often face in drug trials is that the average response, the peak of that bell, so to speak, is for the average patient. And we're not talking about average patients when we talk about rare diseases often. I'm really interested, especially in the rare disease space, with who are super responders, who respond to a degree that no one questions the benefit. And why is that biologically, and how can we exploit that physiologically to ensure that more patients can achieve that outcome than just a few? Because it's often just the tail, as you can see on my slide here, it's often just the very edge of the population that are identified in that way. And then the other end of the spectrum are the patients who actually don't derive benefit, or at least experience serious harm at the same time. And these always exist. And this is what this slide is meant to do, is to remind people that any drug therapy has 3 possible outcomes. It works, it doesn't work, or it causes harm. And often those overlap. And when we can understand the tails, those that are seriously harmed, those that are super responders, we can better exploit that understanding to keep the drug away from people that are only going to experience harm, and ensure that we can exploit the opportunity to create super response and ensure that those patients get the drug and understand the biology and analyze that so more people can benefit. So that's this slide. And it's often difficult to do this. But there is a framework that we've been working on for the last 30 years in British Columbia for determining benefit and harm in rare diseases, and it's childhood cancer, the ultimate rare disease. In British Columbia, where we have 5.1 million people, we have 120 to 130 cases of pediatric cancer every year that are newly diagnosed. That's it. That's the total population. In the United States, about 14,000 cases among close to 400 million people. So pediatric cancer is rare. We use the randomized controlled trial framework initially and we recognize its value and limitations, but importantly, what we've learned is to build an international collaboration among centers to be able to better understand outcomes. And we do this through a variety of trial methods. And we always create control groups. So we want treated patients with the traditional treatments or a new treatment compared to other new treatments so that we can always compare and contrast outcomes. And we've been using that for 50 years. And I want to just cite the fact that there is some evidence that this works. In the 1960s, we had approximately 20% survival rates. And today, combined survival rates exceed 80%. In British Columbia, it's about 82% of children have a 5-year survival rate after cancer treatment. That's pretty impressive. And the relapse beyond 5 years is almost non-existent. So these are true survivors. There are 200 centers across North America, Australia, New Zealand, and Europe that are part of the Children's Oncology Group. It's the world's largest organization that's focused on pediatric cancer and probably the largest global rare disease organization in that sense. About 90% of children, a little bit higher than that, in the United States are managed by centers that participate, and there are 100 active clinical trials ongoing at any one time. And so the RCT, the original randomized control trial where we compare treated and patients, has really evolved over time. So not only are we looking at frontline treatment options, but underlying biology, which is what I'm interested in. What's the biology about response? What's the biology of harm? New and emerging treatments, so supportive care, survivorship, what happens to patients years after their treatment, which is critically important, something we don't do very well with randomized trials. And then, of course, the focus is on the super responders and those that have serious harm, so we can find alternatives for the latter case and hopefully exploit the benefits of those patients in the former group, so more people can experience that. This is our network in Canada, the Pharmacogenomics Network for Drug Safety, where we look at these things. We have 32 centers across the country that contribute. And there was a comment earlier about a genetic data bank. I have 120,000, almost 125,000 cases and controls of adverse response to medications in children that we use to power our trials. We have a much larger global network of about 200 different locations in across the world, about 22 separate countries. And this is an example of something that we're looking at. So you have a rare disease, pediatric cancer. In this case, it's the most common of the rare disease, leukemia. But we have a rare adverse outcome, which is corticosteroid-induced avascular necrosis. The bones actually rot essentially at the tips of the femurs, and you destroy the hips of these kids. So we're saving them and we're harming them at the same time. And so to begin to understand what's going on biologically so we can prevent this, we've recruited more than 2,000 children. And I've listed the centers there of where we've recruited just across Canada, by the way. And then we have new patients coming in all the time to the cohort. Who will enter in. We remove some patients because we don't have as much information as we need and so forth. So we end up being able to go through this process both with the biological samples and with the data itself and come up with very, very refined groups of patients that have these effects or were exposed to the drugs without these effects, so we can understand both populations. Why do these patients get the condition, and why do these patients who got the same drug for the same length of time not get that? And that's where we're at, is moving forward to find new therapies to improve outcome. And we've done pretty well with this. And there's even some new work that we're doing now with COVID vaccines, looking at long-term harm from the vaccine in some patients that have adverse neurological problems and heart problems, and others that we're doing, and we consider that somewhat a rare occurrence as well, but to a very extensively used therapy, which is a vaccine. And then finally, on the adult side, we've just implemented a standard of care in British Columbia, a genetic test to prevent life-threatening toxicity for cancer treatment. And this will reduce the morbidity and the mortality of patients because they actually die from this adverse effect quite substantially. And we're really excited about that new program. We've basically shown that with a genetic trait, your concentrations of the life-saving therapy are too high. And so we lower those concentrations of the drug by reducing the dose to what everyone else that doesn't have the genetic trait has, and we can save your life without you having the adverse toxicity. This has been shown in a number of trials globally to be the case, and we're just really excited that we're now offering British Columbians this testing, and we're the first center in Canada to be doing so. So it's a pretty exciting time for science, and I really welcome the opportunity to work with all you folks to improve the quality of life of the patients that we serve. Thank you very much for the time. Take any questions if you have, Sandy.
Any questions for Bruce? Bruce, is that a real background?
This is Goat Lake in British Columbia. Yes, it's a real background. One of my favorite places, north of Powell River, for those that know the area.
Okay, so next court conference can happen up there, okay? Or Victor,
Well,
we got to vote for Victoria over here too.
Victoria, this is very isolated, so you'd have to have a four-wheel drive.
Okay, well, I don't know, Durhan, do you have any questions for Bruce or suggestions on how we're going to get a four-wheel drive?
But thank you so much, Bruce. I know you're ducking in and out of clinic to do this. And I think, looking at this, right, and listening to what you say, it is so much applicable to rare diseases. But so I'm going to put you on the spot. How can we transition this? What would it take for us to be able to take what you've been doing with, pediatric cancer? And I think all of us can think about drugs that we have that are, being made available. What do we do? And if I were to say to you, okay, I want to build this into our rare disease drug strategy, what would that look like as the proposal here?
Well, and I think that one of the things we need to do is we need to get serious about actually collecting data on patients and genetic sampling so that we can build the cohorts to answer certain specific questions. And we all have different questions. I'm interested in drug-induced harm. And I don't want to get anybody concerned about that. This is just cars are, can create adversity, and it's how you use them that makes them safe or unsafe. We drive cars all the time. We shouldn't stop using medication, but we should recognize that harm is possible and best understand in whom that's possible and predict that so that we can keep drugs away from people who end up deriving no benefit and are harmed. And then on the other side, I want to understand the biology under super response. What is it about these patients that makes them that makes them different? And it may be simple. It may be that they're somehow exploiting the drug and creating higher concentrations, in which case we're using too low a dose in most. That might be one example of things. The other thing is that they're better able genetically to hit a specific receptor and have a response. The more we can understand the biology, the more we can exploit that for patients' benefit. And so I think the real work begins once we have a drug licensed and has been provided, we have potential access to the drug. Now we need to begin the hard work of understanding in whom these outcomes occur and exploit that. And that's what we've been doing. That's what we did with DPYD testing and fluoropyrimidines, is we basically figured out that certain people are getting concentrations that are too high, and it's harming them. In fact, some cases it's killing them. And so we lowered the dose, and now we have the benefits without the harm. And so that's what I'm looking to be able to continue to do. And I think we need these repositories. And once you have the data and the samples to run, it's hard for people to say that they're not valuable. And that's what I found over time with the work that we've done. We've been very successful at getting federal grants to support the work over the last decades. And so I'd like to continue to do that for other diseases.
So
Other
is
rare-
it on a disease by disease basis? Is it on a drug by drug basis? Or is your platform something that could be amendable to having, you know, let's say even just one disease with a number of drugs, or being able to handle multiple, you know, diseases, multiple drugs? And I guess I'll ask the other question. You're saying 150 a year. What would be a minimum number that you would see on a an annual basis, or even from a total cohort, that would actually make this feasible?
Right. So those are great questions. And so to the answer the first one about numbers of diseases or drugs or so forth, I think it's important to think about the patients that are affected, and multiple diseases often have overlapping symptoms. There's no reason that we can't pursue multiple conditions all at once. We just have to have sample sizes that are amenable to finding meaningful outcomes. And again, in pediatric cancer, we work not just in British Columbia, we work across the country, we work across the world. So we'd have to do the same here. For genetic findings of relevance, we found that populations as low as 60 patients with a specific adverse event, compared to, say, 2 or 3 times that number of patients who get the drug without the adverse event, are sufficient to find very relevant and robust statistical associations that we can use to move on and publish in the top medical journals in the world, including Nature Genetics, New England Journal, and others. And so we don't need necessarily huge numbers. So somewhere in that range of 60 to 150 patients with a given outcome, super response or a serious harm, is sufficient. And then we try to match that with at least that many controls or more. In some cases, it's hard to match because most people have the adverse event. In the case of hearing loss from platinums, which are life-saving therapy for cancer, the 60% of children lose hearing. So we actually have fewer numbers of patients that are unaffected than we have affected patients. So we've used those populations as well. And I guess I'm just trying to say that that's model for doing this and publishing and funding and all of this stuff is already there. And we don't need thousands and thousands of patients. We need hundreds, or at least a couple hundred if we can, to get a window into what's going on and then move on. And I think it's important to understand that really what we're trying to do is understand the biology of response better so that we can exploit it. And that's what we're all about.
Very, very impressive. I mean, certainly, as we say, you know, these are the kind of issues that certainly the systems grapple with as well, right? If we're actually funding these drugs and we don't have that real long-term evidence or the long-term disease knowledge, can we collect it in real time? Can we actually be able then to make some sense in terms of what's happening? So definitely. Any other questions, comments for Bruce? Okay, well, I know it's also been the end of 2 very long days, so people may be a little bit brain dead as well. So you may be able to track that for us as well. You know, who are the people that stay alive after these conferences? There's a real biological difference between those who continue to be alert and those who are, you know, just barely hanging in there. But really appreciate it so much, Bruce. You're taking the time to do that. And really, as we move forward, we're trying to figure out all the different components of what we want to put in this drug strategy. Certainly, I want to point to the clinical groups as well as our drug access groups to see what how we can come back with you. The other thing we have been talking about, and I'm sure you'll fully appreciate, is what do we do about the economics of it? Because this would so clearly lead itself to being able to say, what is the return on that investment in terms of the program that we're doing, setting up these platforms, collecting that evidence, and being able to demonstrate, as you say, what's the impact in terms of being able to understand avoidable harm or being able to identify those who are going to be really the responders. So looking forward to it, and congratulations for having, you know, kind of stuck this out. I know in times it hasn't necessarily been all that easy to kind of keep plugging ahead on this and keep scraping up the funding to kind of move this forward. So good job.
I just want to say too, one last thing about economics, and that's that people find money for things that are important. And, you know, we spent a long time in British Columbia without any DPYD testing for patients with cancer that are getting fluoropyrimidines because people didn't feel it was necessary. And then, you know, we had a case. We had a case of somebody who was given palliative chemotherapy to die a dignified and pain-free death, and had a very painful experience and died as a result of the adverse effects. And had they been tested, that we would have avoided that. So when you strive to achieve an outcome of palliative chemotherapy and you're not able to provide it, you need to ask the question, what are we doing? And that question, as we were investigating that case and taking stock of what we did, we had another case. And that cemented the whole deal about where we're going to go with this. And all of a sudden, the economic arguments were less important, because we started to focus on what we were doing to patients that were harming them. And I think that's, you know, I mean, it's not the drug's fault. It was our fault. It was the way we were doing things. And so I just, you know, I think that we continue to develop these compelling cases and to understand biology, and we're going to figure this out. I'm not giving up on this, and I don't think the economists should rule the day here. I think science and our humanitarianism is what's important. And so I'm not giving up on any of these rare disease areas, despite the fact that many times we're faced with these extremely expensive products. We need to figure this out. So I'm with you guys, and I'm sorry that I'm not able to be there today. Thanks for letting me.
Thank you. Okay, so we're just about time.
Yeah, we are just on time, and I actually see David live on the Zoom screen, if I'm not mistaken. So David, can we just do a quick audio check for you? And we're going to call the rest of the panel up, and Durhan, you're part of that as well. We're just going to build on what Bruce mentioned towards the end, which is we're all going to figure it out, starting with the patients. I mean, what an inspiring story earlier. I mean, honestly, like a patient, like a dad of a kid with a rare disorder is not going to let go of anything to figure out how to find a cure for Michael. And then Bruce from the West Coast saying, you know what, he's there. And despite what, you know, the naysayers say about, okay, we have to do this, or we have to do that because of the economics, he shakes his head and says, no, we have to have our humanitarian nature and the knowledge of the biology, which is coming forward to actually trump some of these economic issues, or at least get over them, and then provide access. We're gonna have to get that quote transcribed that Bruce said. So David, I'm gonna give it to you. Do you want us
He has a
to
video.
play the video,
Yeah.
or do you want to actually talk?
Well, I'm here now. I can certainly can you hear me?
Loud and clear, David. You're
Oh, good. Well, I haven't got my slides queued up here, so you can play the video, and I'll be around for the Q&A or for the discussion.
Sounds good. Are you ready, AV experts? So yes, David.
I didn't know whether I'd be available at this hour. That's why I've recorded the session.
You're wearing a different shirt in the video, David. Just
No,
want to let you
I
know.
don't think so. I think I've got the same shirt.
Thanks to Joanne for the invitation to talk about Canadian Medical Society engagement, patient organization engagement over 50 years now. She suggested that I call it the good, the bad, and the ugly, but I've retitled the good, the bad, and the lucky or the unlucky. So I'll be talking over the next few minutes about several initiatives over all these years in advocacy by our organization. So first of all, the creation of the hemophilia treatment centers, various battles for safe products and compensation for tainted blood, the reform of the blood system, and then more recently, access to innovative therapies, adoption of standards of care, and patient registries. So just a few words about hemophilia itself, and again, I'm calling this lucky and unlucky. I guess it's unlucky like many rare diseases in that it's so rare that drugs are not always available. But in our case, we're lucky that it's not ultra rare, about 1 in 10,000 for hemophilia A, and even less common for some of the other rarer forms. We're unlucky in that it causes severe bleeding into joints and muscles. It's extremely painful. On the other hand, it becomes easily diagnosed as a result of its dramatic presentation. It's often fatal if untreated, but fortunate to have basic treatments that started in the 1950s with fresh frozen plasma. It's a chronic disease, lifelong, but given a treatment, most people survive. And there are severe muscular skeletal impacts, but otherwise people can function very well, and with proper treatment, work and function socially. Just a quick word, we'll come back later to registries, but way back in the 1970s, the patient organization hired young people to go across the country. They actually went to emergency departments in hospitals across the country to register people with hemophilia. Could never do that now. But given those numbers, the different chapters of our organization could go make a case to government to set up hemophilia treatment centers. And in the late 70s, that's what happened. Over 24 centers were created across the country with a full complement of healthcare providers. And really, this was the result of a combination of efforts by volunteers for the hemophilia organization, often allied with physicians, to actually go and meet ministers of health and ministries of health to advocate for the setup of these centers of excellence. This is in the bad category. HIV, the bad category, HIV and hepatitis C in the blood system. In these days, treatment was with plasma-derived factor concentrate, which used thousands of plasma donations combined. And this was a perfect vector for hepatitis C and HIV. And you see the numbers there, not only people with hemophilia, but also people who received blood transfusions who were affected by this. And then Andre Picard's seminal book, The Gift of Death. And tragically, some of this was avoidable. But the CHS changed, and that's in the good category. Overnight, the CHS and the physicians who worked in the centers became militant. A bit like the gay community facing HIV and AIDS. Our issues were safe blood and plasma products, compensation with those who were affected, and reform of the blood system. And our motto became nothing without us. The efforts led over a period of almost 2 decades to 4 compensation programs worth $2 billion. And this was extremely good for those who were affected and by the surviving family members. So the first 2 programs were related to HIV, and the last 2 to hepatitis C. And here's Minister of Health Alan Rock apologizing for government's role in the tainted blood tragedy. I talked about access to safer therapies, and in 1994, Canada became the first country in the world to make a complete transition to genetically engineered or recombinant factor VIII to treat hemophilia A. And this really, once and for all, put an end to the risk of viral transmission through coagulation products. And how was this done? Well, I have to say that CHS designed the solution. We held a international consensus conference on the use of recombinant factor VIII with experts from around the world and government. We worked with the companies to try to find a way to introduce recombinant factor VIII in a way that was feasible, and that was presented to government. And given the tragedy of the past few years, it was a solution that they couldn't refuse. So that was really a designed solution led by people like Gerhan, who's here today. And also, it wasn't just a single solution for our community. We needed to reform the blood system. And this was, again, in the good category. We advocated for a Royal Commission of Inquiry, which was created in 1993. And that led to the end of control of the blood system by the Red Cross and the creation of Canadian Blood Services and Héma-Québec. It wasn't easy. It was the commission took place over 4 years, and our organization participated in every stage of the commission. And here are some of the cartoons showing the Canadian Red Cross efforts to stop the commission work. So we were somewhat unlucky in that the commission lasted 4 years, but we were lucky that we had excellent volunteers and staff who were able to participate throughout. And we had public support in the terms of donations that allowed CHS to have standing at the commission and be represented every day by expert counsel. Unfortunately, unluckily, the Canadian Red Cross contested the legitimacy of the commission right up to the Supreme Court of Canada. And in the end, the commission was able to make findings of fact and recommendations. And the Creevey Commission actually led to real change. Its findings are still widely cited around the world today. And really following the commission, CHS volunteers took positions on every influential blood safety committee in Canada, blood advisory committees at the provincial and federal level, hemovigilance committees, and recipient committees. More recently, a challenge in terms of patient engagement has been being involved in the health technology assessment of innovative therapies. And in our case, we've had two in the last 7 or 8 years, extended half-life factor concentrates, and a whole a real sea change in terms of monoclonal antibodies to treat hemophilia A. I think this has been both good and bad. CHS was unlucky, and many of the groups here today, I think, will say the same thing, that with very small numbers, the clinical trials are considered to be weak evidence by the HTA bodies. But on the lucky side, we were aligned with the physician group. So we had a common front and we had the resources to make solid evidence-based submissions. Despite really having limited dialogue with CADTH and INES. And I think I've talked to you before about our success with monoclonal antibodies in Quebec, where INES made 2 successive negative recommendations, and we were able to overturn those for probably the first time in history and have these products introduced to patients. And this is not over, coming soon, gene therapy. And this is a whole new category with a one-time treatment worth God knows how much, and really quite limited evidence at the moment. So we'll have our hands full with that. We've also been very involved in working with the other healthcare provider groups, the physicians, the nurses, the social workers, the physiotherapists, in developing standards of care. We had a first edition in 2007, and then we just adopted a couple of years ago an updated version with 66 standards. And you see the 10 different categories in which the standards are organized. And these really give us a valuable tool, and the clinics themselves, to work with their hospital administrations and with ministries of health to make sure that the centers are functioning properly. And we've also been very involved with the physician group in setting up the Canadian Bleed Disorder Registry. The first registry was 1977, as I showed you earlier, and it's had different iterations. And this latest one, which is an online version, is by far the best. It has 4 goals: monitoring home use of coagulation products, to improve individual care, to facilitate research, and to improve collective care. The graphic you see is the link up page for the login page for the patients. There are 10,000 patients registered in the CBDR, but about 1,000 of those patients use products at home, and so they have their own My CBDR patient home module. So finally, a few lessons learned over these many years. So I think most of all, be closely aligned with the healthcare providers. You really need, when you're advocating, to be speaking with a single voice, and if not, then you have no chance of success. Take positions on influential committees. This takes time, but you learn, and then you can raise your issues, have your concerns heard. don't rely just on the research evidence. Collect your own supporting evidence from your patient organizations. With today's social media tools, this is quite easy to do. Develop written policies or written positions on key issues. And I guess the most important one of all, don't wait for solutions, design your own win-win solutions. So I thank you for your time. Hopefully I'll be able to be present for the Q&A and answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Can we get the real David back on?
Yeah, the real
Perfect.
one's here.
Excellent. So Durhan, how do you want to run this panel?
Well, I think we've got some great panelists on here. Maybe we can do two things, right? One is maybe reflecting on what David said. I really wanted to have, when we were thinking about this patient engagement panel, one of the things that we have been saying all along, right, is we need to have patients at every single level of decision making. So certainly at the individual level, patients empowered to actually be informed, to make good decisions, and also have the right to make those kinds of choices. And, we're listening to what Allison was talking about in terms of, tools that allow you to even take a role in terms of whether or not you want to have your genome sequence and whether your child should be part of that, but also in terms of therapies. And that's really important, but it means you got to have the information. The second we've also said is that within the clinics, within the settings, right, the healthcare settings, patients, again, need to be actively engaged, and they need to have roles that actually allow them to influence kind of what is going to be provided in terms of service, how those services are delivered. And then beyond that, of course, at the financing level, at the reimbursement level, what we want to call it, again, where's the patient voice? How do we make sure that it isn't just a token voice? And I think what you hear from David is really being able to seize that power and to be able to use it. And then certainly at the policy level meaning where the actual budgets are allocated. So all of those are important. And at each successive stage, I think as David has outlined, you need patients with different experiences. You need to have people really been affected. And we saw that in the panel that we had before with regard to the managed access. You've got to have people with, some scientific and actual technical knowledge and even economic knowledge to be able to make those kind of cogent arguments that those that are also sitting on the other side of the table can hear and can appreciate. So I think this is one of the things we talked about. And as Dave said, it's been a long journey. I mean, hemophilia did not wake up and kind of walk into all those positions. And as he says, the unlucky part was that it was a series of really, really tough events that forced the community to kind of take control. I think up to the time of the tainted blood, I think hemophilians were just, people with hemophilia were just thrilled that they now had home infusion. They could go about their lives. They could actually lead what would seem to be, relatively, normal lives. And in fact, that's what made it such a tragedy. People who had, kind of now gotten control of their treatments now had the opportunities to do home infusions, to go to schools, to raise families, and lead what would be fairly, uneventful lives, except for the occasional bleed. So it was a tragedy to kind of force people to come back to saying, okay, what do we do here? So I guess I would ask each one of the panelists, maybe reflect on what you heard in terms of your own group. Where do you think, you can learn from this? What does it mean? But more importantly, what I really want to understand is, what do you recommend for us going forward? What do we need to build into this recommendation of the rare disease strategy, the rare disease drug strategy, for us to be able to live out what we're saying? Patients engaged and involved with impact at every single level. What did you hear here? And what are you also doing maybe that you can add to this, or what are we learning?
Maybe start by introducing yourself too, and where you're from or what organization you are. So go ahead.
Yeah. Do you want?
Maybe we'll start with Joan.
Oh.
I really kind of like to start with Joan.
My name is Joan Paulin. My daughter was diagnosed with a rare disease in 2014 at the age of 24. It's called pulmonary arterial hypertension. We do have drugs available to treat our disease. We have a gold standard drug that was literally developed in 1997 and still remains the gold standard of treatment for PAH. So we are due for some innovation. which was one of the reasons why I decided to become really involved in understanding the drug development and approval process. Literally to figure out how we move drugs through that process and how we can get our innovative drugs to our patients sooner. I think the thing that I'd like to talk about or to add to the discussion today is the fact that I think when we talk a lot about how patients need to be involved along the whole drug development and drug approval right up to the drug funding process. The reality of it is we have a lot of patients who simply by virtue of being ill are unable to be a part of that process. So when we talk about patients, I think we also need to talk about caregivers. I'm a caregiver, obviously. So patients and caregivers can provide that valuable information that isn't in patient records in a hospital or in clinical clinical trials. The other thing I think that's really important is because patients, some patients really literally are living to exist that day, that there's two types of patients that we need to look at. We need to educate patients in the importance of their data. One of the things I find, or we're trying to work at PHA Canada, is really educating our patients, not asking them to become physically involved in the process, but to understand that they can even passively involved by allowing their information to be included in patient registries, by understanding the importance of medical or electronic information in the hospitals, and the aggregation, the eventual aggregation of that information in order to be able to provide even better understanding of disease and potential therapies. So the first thing is to educate patients. And I think the second thing is and this is the difference, is to train advocates, because I think it's really important that advocates, they should be obviously part of patient organizations. So those are your patients and your patient care, your caregivers. But those people, the people who can get involved, the ones that can understand the drug, take the time to learn the drug development, the research, the drug development and funding process. We need to be able to train those people so that we can speak on behalf of our communities to the people who make a difference. And the question always arises, though, is who pays for the training? And the reality is, for most small rare disease organizations, there is no money to train their patient advocates. And so the question becomes, where does that money come from, and who does the training? And I think that the last thing that I'd like to say is that, and somebody else said it here and I just wrote it down because I thought it was really important. I think that patient information or lived experience and patient reported outcomes, there is an understanding that those things are there is an improved understanding that that information is important. But I think that the key is we really do need to value patient lived experience, and instead of saying it's an add-on, it should be, it really does need to be included in the whole conversation when we're talking about patients, the patient experience.
So who do you want to hear from next, or hon?
Why don't we just go down the line? Is it okay?
Sure. I'm Danielle. I'm a psychologist at St. Joe's Healthcare in Hamilton, and I'm an assistant professor at McMaster. I really appreciate being able to go after you, Joan. Yeah, because I feel like you have just described everything that I feel like is so important, and I am not the expert, the patients and the caregivers are, but I think I took a couple of things from your comments that I like to build off of, if that's okay. I heard you say it's important to train advocates, to educate patients and caregivers. And then there's the question of who pays for the training. So part of my role as an assistant professor at McMaster is to do research with individuals that have experienced, that have a rare disease. And what I was here today to speak about was about providing training for individuals that lead peer support groups. I think that this is a way that patients can be educated and be advocating for themselves. And as you mentioned, not everyone can get to these specific events or be in the physical location of where some of this advocating is happening.
there are virtual support groups that are held with a lot of patient organizations, and I think that's a nice opportunity to provide some of this training. I'll just briefly put a plug in that Scleroderma Canada has done this with a trial, and what ends up happening is it's actually the researchers who fund for that training. So the training comes for free, and it's been tested with quite positive results. So I'll just note that's maybe one thing to think about is for other rare diseases, would there be interest in having this training provided at no cost through research? So that's something I am working to do, but I think that having patients at the center of that was how it was developed. And I think that needs to be continued throughout, because each patient and caregiver organization and their experience is going to be different than someone else's. And that needs to be embedded all the way through, from research to the final drug strategies that are developed and implemented. So I'll stop there for now, but thank you for letting me build off of what you said.
And so Danielle came to us and said, or at least Danielle's mentor came to us and said, look, we've got this program. We would really like to be able to promote it. You know, what do you think? And of course, it makes great sense. I mean, many of our patient organizations are involved in support groups, either formal or somewhat informal, right? And certainly through online experiences as well, we're involved oftentimes in international groups as well. So the question is, who trains the support groups? But the training for support groups goes way beyond just the training in terms of how do you ask a question, get an answer, and how do you promote the next part of the discussion. There's a great deal that can go on in that. So I was really excited to hear what it is that you were offering. But I guess I would ask the follow-up question for you, Danielle, is where's the sustainability? You say, okay, we can do it, research, and research will pay for it, but research doesn't last forever. So where is the sustainability, and what happens with the outputs of those research that allow us to be able to have some sustainable training? Because you know, yeah, that's fine. We can train, it's 3 or 4 years of people, but then what?
Yeah, I think that the hope, I mean, I'm speaking for myself, but I've discussed sustainability with the individuals that lead the peer support training. And the hope would be that some of these patients would then take on the role of leading. So there would be that built-in sustainability throughout. That's of course comes with some cost, because we have the leaders that need to be paid for their training, of course, but that's a much smaller cost than, okay, let's recruit these trainers all throughout North America or Canada as a start, paying at their clinician wage and only available 1 hour a week. It's different when you have that lived experience. And I think that capacity building could be right connected into the research program.
So it's a train-to-trainers model that would
Mm-hmm.
allow the trainers then to go on and be able to kind of provide that
down the
kind of
road,
ongoing down the
yes,
road. I
exactly.
mean, and certainly, hopefully, part of that research also identify what works and what doesn't, because you're going to be doing certain things, but not everything's going to be necessarily as successful or other things. And with feedback from the participants, hopefully we continue to advance.
Definitely. And we had small offhand comments saying even we have this run in French and English. And there were some individuals who said the French, I think some of this got lost, and it was a francophone. It was an individual who's francophone who spoke. I'm not saying it was lost from translation, but it was literally just some of it didn't have the same impact. So even those pieces of feedback help improve on the way down. And that's only possible with patients and caregivers giving that feedback.
So I think somewhere we'll provide the information around these support groups, and I mean, we'll continue to promote this as well to be able to make it available. You know, I think these are, you know, Dr. Thomas has been a real asset to the whole community over the years. He's one of the first researchers that we had come to the table, and certainly Scleroderma has been one of those patient organizations that has really had a major impact in terms of being able to advance the patient engagement. So I think we feel this is a really important kind of a venture that we're happy that hopefully we'll be able to provide more support into sharing. You're coming from a very different space, but really important. And I don't think we give it enough time and space in terms of what we're doing on RARE. So explain kind of a bit of what you're doing and how you're working here.
Sure. I'm a mom to a daughter with a really rare disease. She's missing about 300 genes on her 14th chromosome. But because of that, a few years back, I started the Ontario Disability Coalition, and we started advocating for therapy, but very quickly changed to address other things that we were hearing from the community, and to create a barrier-free Ontario. And one thing a message I wanted to share with you today, that we actually had the privilege to go and talk to Minister Carla Quattro back in the spring about that in Canada, disability poverty begins at birth. So there's a necessity for a caregiver income benefit that we hope you people in this room can echo through your rare disease strategy to support these families. So family caregiving is at the core of what sustains children and youth with rare diseases and many with complex needs. Direct care and care coordination is a full-time job, and it creates huge barriers to employment. As a result, caregivers are often forced to make major financial sacrifices, including loss of employment income, pensions, workplace benefits. Families are pushed towards poverty as disability-related expenses continue to rise and compound. So we've asked Minister Colaquatro to create a robust caregiver income benefit. It's important that the work of family caregivers is valued. And I brought a chart, which I think maybe they're going to put up, of another Nicole Payette. I'm not sure if they have it. Let's see. It's actually her child's care map, just to give you a picture of what's involved.
No,
I can
not
talk
it.
to it if you want. It's okay.
Is that the one?
No.
No.
No, that's not the one. Paramount. Yeah, we don't see it.
Yeah.
here, I'm sorry for that.
Okay, that's okay. Basically, my friend Nicole, her daughter has a very rare degenerative condition. She's a 10-year-old girl in living in Etobicoke, and she has an ICU in her living room. So what this picture shows is a complex web of bubbles which link this child to a vast matrix of care providers with close to 100 contacts. And this image was made like 2 years ago, but there's more contacts now that she needs to support her child in the community, the hospital, home, and school. This shows that the caregiver, traditionally the mother of a complex child, is using all of her waking time to coordinate the care. And if she's not doing that, she's providing direct hands-on care. This is required 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's no job which requires such skills, focus, compassion with no compensation. This work is done with tremendous love, and it takes a significant financial, physical, and mental health toll on families, and most commonly mothers. One other thing that we went to Carla Quattro for is to increase the child disability benefit. So this was brought to her in the 2019 mandate level letter to double the child disability benefit. But today, the current maximum benefit sits at $242 a month. And this just is not supportive of the tremendous extraordinary expenses to raise a child with a rare disease and specialized care. We know that a child with a physical disability, it's costing close to $40,000 a year annually. So it's really a human rights crisis. The other thing that we're asking the government to step in is to ensure that they provide funding for home and vehicle modification. Accessibility is an absolute necessity for the safety and well-being of children with physical disabilities and their caregivers. Many caregivers today, especially young families with tremendous high mortgages and rents, many are renting, and they can't even have the ability to adapt their home. So we need better solutions from Ottawa to create even temporary solutions and to actually build accessible housing for all. So we really just ask you to keep echoing these calls.
Which is, probably the very least we can do. And I mean, listening to what you say, I mean, these are issues that affect many patients, families with rare diseases, right? And some of them may be milder in terms of the kinds of disabilities that are incurred. Some of them, as you say, could be quite profound. And I think certainly to our discredit as a rare disease community, again, these are not the areas that we do the strong advocacy on. Certainly, I go back to the UN Declaration, we recognize that rare diseases, but even a lot of chronic diseases don't have to be rare, right? Have huge impacts in terms of other areas of people's lives. And yet the system unevenly addresses those. And I think that's, you know, something that we need to think very hard about, because even if you have a therapy, I mean, Susie was talking before, right, about SMA. It doesn't mean that you're not going to require additional care. We can think about many of these conditions that actually affect, you know, children or adults neurologically. But even if you get a therapy that may in fact improve, it doesn't mean that you're not going to need the additional kinds of support. So I think it's behooving on us as a community to think about now, as we're creating this rare disease strategy, how can we include this? I mean, it is called the rare disease drug strategy. But quite frankly, if you don't have the other kinds of supports, the drugs actually may not be that useful. And I think that's what we need to keep in mind. So it isn't just providing, you know, the patient and the family with the drug. It's providing not just the means to get access to the drug, but what are the other kinds of, you know, necessities that need to happen. I mean, the easiest thing we think about, you know, is that in many cases, you know, medical technology, you know, we can pay for the drug, but we're not going to pay for the wheelchair. We'll pay for the drug, but we're not going to pay for the assistive care that would be necessary in order for the patient to continue. So I think those are the kinds of challenges that we need to expand the thinking on. And now that I think about it, I'm not real sure why it is a drug strategy. You know, like, how do we land on that narrow little sliver to say that we're going to fund drugs and not fund anything else? It is really, you know, an amazing challenge. So let me turn it over to you. I think you come in at a very different spot. So maybe, yeah, and maybe just a brief explanation of what you're doing and what what you're doing. Hopefully it's going to help us as we're talking about patient engagement.
I love your segue, because I feel like it, I do feel like I come from a different position. So my name is Crystal Schofield. I'm from Victoria, and I'm a rare disease mom. My daughter is 6 and she lives with Bacteril. She is not dependent on drugs. It is not a genetic condition as far as I know. So when I think about patient engagement, for me, it's a support system and a network like you're speaking to. When she was born, I had families show up at my door giving me, you know, paperwork that they had used to apply for the programs that the government offers. As an example, I had a Facebook group to access for resources that was mentioned yesterday. That's a real thing. That is my access point for information around experience. So I think that, you know, and also my journey has led me to have to take a lot more time off work than I had anticipated. I'm just getting back to full-time work now, 6 years later. So the caregiver benefit is a real thing and incredibly important. We are renters as well. So all of these things fall into our wheelhouse. I'm also a digital storytelling facilitator and photographer. And that was the one thing I wanted to talk to. I want to bring up, and there was a slide that was up there before. I don't know if you can throw that back up, of a story I created. So as I entered the rare disease world, you know, as we know, there's stories are powerful. Terry, you shared your story earlier, and that set in motion huge change. And I see and hear the word patient voice be repeated in this over the last 2 days. And I also see how complex this program is planning for, you know, these centers. And we can sometimes unintentionally forget the reason we're here. You are all likely familiar with Simon Sinek's talk about why we do what we do. He did a great TED talk years ago. You know, many organizations know what they do and how they do it, but very few know why. And I think that storytelling has a power to bring us back to the why. over and over. And so this is the story. This is Amelie. I just invite you to look at the images there and create the story that comes to mind as you see them. She lives with 22q. She is a 16-year-old in BC. She's also a competitive gymnast and has had multiple heart surgeries. And I created a digital story with her, and the process allowed her to connect to her strengths and her powers, and that can resonate within the community as she shares it over and over again. I will pass it over, but I wanted to just say that storytelling, I know there is Atlas Ian, I'm not sure if you're still in the room here. There's another storyteller who you may all know. And there's people here who want to help tell stories in an accessible way. I think it's very possible. Alberta Health Services piloted a program where they funded digital stories for patient quality improvement. If you just go to ahs.ca/patient stories, you will see over 100 digital stories that have had over 200,000 views and have created change in policy and impacted systems. So I think storytelling is a really powerful way forward. Thanks.
Thanks. That was brilliant. Thank you so very much. It really, I mean, we go from every level, right? We say we start again at the individual level, at the individual patient level. And what do we have at the individual level? We have our stories. And I think they're really powerful stories. And without the stories, without those individual patients, nothing happens. And I think that's something that David really spoke strongly to, because it's the individual patients coming together to actually create the movement. Scleroderma is one of the very powerful examples of it. PHA, I remember really long time ago when the first therapies were coming in, you kind of glossed over it very lightly. But one of the things, I mean, the challenge to get funding for those drugs was amazing. And patients and young children, you know, were put out there to actually make the case. I remember a lovely 14-year-old boy who, in the middle of our campaign, of your campaign, I was just there kind of helping assist on the sidelines, he suddenly died. And it was really, I mean, unfortunately, what happened, that was also a story that stimulated a whole lot of response. And I think what David said before, you know, it's the tragedy of HIV and hepatitis that actually stimulated a whole lot. But I mean, David, maybe you can tell us a little bit about how do we balance it though, right? In terms of the individual patient stories, the individual tragedies that are there, but
Well,
also,
you know,
as you say, trying to create a movement that will change a system.
I mean, we have to put Joan and Crystal together. I mean, Joan talked about, you know, the patient-reported outcomes, lived experience, which is extremely important, and not just individual, but the stories of all the people put together to show, you know, from a data standpoint, because, you know, the bureaucrats, unfortunately, they might see a story, but they listen to data. So the combination of a dramatic story that really hits home, supported by the data, which patient organizations can collect from their patients and caregivers, I think that's the key. So two of you together can change the world.
I mean, it really, I mean, I always used to tell the story, joke about the old man and his grandson and the donkey, right? And they're piling all this stuff on top of the donkey. And the grandson looks at his grandfather and he says, "But grandpa, how are we going to get the donkey to carry this load?" He says, "We're going to do it with kindness and with bribes, and we're going to encourage him along." And he takes a great big stick and he whacks the donkey on the head. And the grandson goes, "But grandpa, I thought we were going to do it with kindness and rewards." And he said, "Yeah, but first I got to get his attention." You know, and that's kind of like, you know, this is what these stories are. And sadly, some of them are very tragic stories, but, you know, how do we actually use them, right? Because we have to get attention. But as we know, the attention isn't enough, you know, and that isn't it. And we can't have story after story. I think as Sherry's saying, we can keep putting them out there. And if they're just individual stories, they're not going to take us to the same level. And I remember with PHA again, you know, there was the story and there was the huge impact, and suddenly people stood up and took notice, but it wasn't enough, you know, until the docs got to the table with the patient groups and can present it, really compelling data to say, here's what the drugs are, here's why the combination drugs are so important. Can you imagine back in those days, You know, when we had an approval for a drug, they said, we'll approve one drug, but we can't approve a combination because we don't have any evidence to show that the combination is better than the individual drug. There are no clinical trials done on the combination. Yeah, go ahead.
We presented. We
Remember
presented-
that?
And I was just gonna say, it's not just even that. The reality of it was when there was a second therapy, we have 3 pathways that we have drugs for, and several drugs for each pathway. And the reality of it was when there were an additional pathway was a drug for an additional pathway was approved, it was like, no, you can't have access to that because until the first drug isn't working anymore. And then you can get access. And the problem with that, and there now have been clinical trials on combination therapies. And there have been the clinical trials, we have had clinical trials on dual therapies, and now we've had clinical trials on triple therapy, because they actually, and I think that the triple trial therapy actually, the triple drug therapy actually, that trial actually proves that there is a benefit to starting medicines, all medicines sooner. The progression slows down.
So David, I'm going to punt it back to you because we still have that problem today, you know, where we have a superior therapy. And I'm thinking of some of the cancer therapies as well, where now we have targeted immunotherapy for patients. But the rule is still, you have to fail the chemotherapy. You have to fail the radiation therapy. And sometimes you have to fail the surgery, for gosh sakes, before we'll let you get the highly targeted specific therapy that we know is going to work. But David, I mean, you've had lots of experience in that in terms of how do we move, you know, the needle there? Because I think hemophilia has actually been able to do a great deal, as is PHA.
Well, there's no magical answer. We've had our failures. We win some and we lose some. And when we lose, we come back again and try again. You know, I think if we're convinced that that we're right, then you need a patient organization that just doesn't give up and collects more data. And gets more physicians to support them, and then you come back again. You know, as I think I said in my talk, our latest therapy was refused twice by INESSS because the data, they thought the evidence was too weak. The trials were too small. The trials were the biggest ever done in a rare disease like ours, but not big enough for them. And we went right up to the Minister of Health and said your HTA body doesn't know what it's doing. It's incompetent, and we won. But you just have to be persistent. I have no magical answer except keep trying.
Yeah. You know, and I think that is certainly at the end of the day, right? But the persistence has to come, sadly, from the patients and families. You know, it's got to be a real voice that's there. The voice has to be educated sometimes. The voice has to be shaped sometimes. The voice has to be coalesced sometimes. But again, we always have to start with that real voice. But again, I mean, we do want to make sure, though, that patients are able to participate at a successively higher levels. You know, a couple years ago, you know, court put forth their capacity building program and skills development program. And we hope to bring that back again as we're rolling out this new rare disease drug strategy. What we want to do is to make sure we've got patients that can indeed participate at every single level. We're lucky, you know, and I see we're lucky on the board right now at court because we've got people that come in with scientific skills. We've got people that are coming in with PhDs, and we got people that actually know how to actually, you know, present the case with regard to policymakers. But we don't want to just rely on, you know, we may accidentally have a parent who also has other skills that are able to come to the table in order for us to be able to advance this. Or we don't have to wait. You know, you and I know, Joan, that it can be 20 years, right, in honing down to where you are and being comfortable in order to make those arguments. So I think, you know, what Danielle's talking about in terms of support groups is how do we leapfrog that? How do we take the learnings from one step to the other?
But sometimes, Jan, there is no table to go sit at. You know, with our experience with CADTH and INESSS is, you know, they're very happy to have our patient submissions. They don't give much credence to lived experience in the actual decision, even though they certainly, you know, take it into account. But when you read the decision, it's not part of the decision-making process. And there's no table to come in and say, let's talk about this. Let's have dialogue. Now, maybe that's changing. I hope it is. And that CADTH and INESSS will start to, you know, invite people not just to give them submissions, but to enter into real dialogue.
We've got some great input online. Maybe just one quick comment though, David. You said that, you know, the Canadian Hemophilia Society has actually built a lot of those things early on. It was the patients. They didn't wait for government to move. It was the organization external to government. And we started yesterday talking about the mechanics of these rare disease centers of excellence, and hemophilia, and you've been talking about this for years now, is one of the original centers of excellence for a rare disorder in Canada. So you are the proof of concept, to be clear about that. The problem and issue, I think, in blood is that all of a sudden, a lot of your products now for therapies are being almost taken off the earlier track where they were getting to patients faster, and now going through Cathetine S and going through those more traditional reviews and then getting to patients. I think the challenge for CORD and for the rare disease strategy, if we build out the centers of excellence, let's maybe cut those organizations out or streamline what they're doing so that the clinical decision can be the dominating factor, not just the economics and the cost effectiveness and what exactly is going to work here and the comparative everything, that it takes 2 to 3 years. That's just a suggestion. We heard a lot about it yesterday, but you are one of the originals to actually have done it. So hats off to you. I don't know if you want to, comment on that.
Well, everything is sequential. You know, it goes from Health Canada, and then it goes, in our case, to CBS, and then it goes to CADTH, and then it goes to the provinces and territories, and then back to it takes years. There's no, you know, they could do these things at the same time. The HTA could be at the same time as the Health Canada review. That's one thing. And there could be an expedited process. There's expedited reviews for innovative products when they're, you know, they fill an unmet need. Why not an expedited process for HTAs where, you know, there is no alternative, or the alternative is not very good. So there's some things that I think could be done.
A couple of comments online I want to bring forward, and you know, the panel can jump in. One on the issue of poverty. It can happen right at diagnosis almost, and then once you're diagnosed, you know, the position that people are in is often very precarious. And there was a call for CORD to help support, you know, a Canadian disability benefit, so that we have disability without poverty initiative. I think that's really a great idea. No one should be, you know, poor or unable to feed their families because of the physical state they're in. I don't know if you want to comment on that or expand on that.
Well, the Canadian disability benefit is moving forward for adults only. So and they're leaving out seniors, and they're leaving out children and youth. So that was where we really felt, plus they need to do that piece for adults sooner. So they need to be pushed by everyone in Canada, because even the adults, there's no timeline. I think they're saying in 2023, maybe 2024. We all know how government works. So the sooner they could provide it for all ages.
It's kind of challenging, eh? I mean, if we think about it, because what you're pushing for in terms of the Disabilities Act, right, is something that we in the rare disease space should be, I should say, fully embracing. And yet, you know, there seems to be this disconnect all of a sudden, and, you know, no disrespect to anybody, suddenly rare diseases became popular. You know, it actually was a door opener as opposed to what we were feeling for many years. It was a door closer. Oh, well, that's a rare disease. Nobody cares. You know, this is not cancer. This is not diabetes, not cardiovascular disease. These are the disease that affects a very small population. And I think right now what we're experiencing is that, okay, people are paying attention. They're listening, and they do see this as a significant problem. But on the flip side of it, when we say disability, it doesn't get that same level of resonance. And so it's interesting in terms of what are the connotations. And David, you will know, for a while there, you know, hemophilia and HIV, I mean, it was a little concern in the beginning, but HIV became a real cause, and lots of people got behind it and lots of money went into it. It wasn't the same for hepatitis C. It was like, okay, never mind. You know, those are not populations that are worth our putting that same level of funding and support into. And so, you know, I think it's interesting in terms of, you know, the perception of not only the public, but the policymakers, and how do we actually turn that around to make sure, in fact, you know, I think we, still, I think are still serving at some disadvantages with some diseases being seen as more worthy of supporting than others. And I think that's certainly a concern for all of us. And I think this is why, again, having a rare disease strategy and everybody, being in that same boat and everybody supporting everybody. I mean, this is why, the mantra for the UN actually is leave no one behind. It doesn't matter.
And I know, David, you're based in Quebec. Is anyone else on the panel from or based in Quebec? So Quebec has the 3 S's. David, what do the 3 S's stand for every acronym in Quebec?
You got me there.
Well, service en santé et services sociaux.
Yes.
Right? So they're trying to combine social services and social supports with health services and health supports. And that's a reframing of the issue. And it gets back to, is it a drug strategy or is it a rare disease strategy? And if you're only focused on the drug, then that's one silo. I think that's something that we're starting to land on, right?
I don't know how do we stretch it, and I think this is a real challenge. And, it's partly what Cherry is saying. Do we go kind of narrow and say, okay, this is where the attention is. This is kind of where there's a willingness to move. And if we try to go too far, we're going to lose the ability to get that spotlight. Or do we say, no, we don't want to go that direction. And David, you will remember when we got the first recombinant products coming in, 2 major things, right? We went very innocently as a society to say, okay, there's these great products that are coming in. They're not blood-based. There's no risk of viral infection. We're still fighting the lawsuits and everything else. And they came back and said, no, they're too expensive. It's like, what do you mean it's too expensive? We have hundreds of people that have been infected, so they said, well, the products are kind of safe right now. We've introduced new viral, processes that are actually able to, ensure the heat treated products are not going to be. So, just be happy, you've got pretty safe products. And it took a lot of advocacy, including data coming forth, including the support of some of the companies to actually make a case. But you remember what happened after that? We made the case and they came back and said, well, we'll only treat pups.
Yeah.
Previously untreated patients. Okay, now this was a real problem because we had a large community that were in fact people that were already infected, and these are the ones that were leading the charge in terms of needing to get changes in the systems. This is before the inquiry that really kind of come full force yet. But then we also had families with young kids. And some of them kids had never gotten any kind of clotting factor because they didn't want to expose them to the potential risk. They've been holding their breaths for like 5 or 6 years for these products to come in. And what do you say to them? And that was the temptation to go and say, okay, fine, we'll give it to the kids. And I think the community got very smart and said, no. And we did a survey, we talked to patients, we kind of came back and we were able to demonstrate with data that 95% of the community had voted and said nobody takes it until everybody gets it. And that put them back on their heels. What are you going to do? And I think that was the beginning. As David said, we became the first country in the world to actually provide recombinant products to all of the community. But it's that bit of a challenge, right? I think if they kept pushing back, community might have given up and say, okay, let's just get those kids treated. Luckily, I don't know if we were bluffing or what, but you pushed it hard enough and they were actually the ones that gave first. So
maybe the last thing I'll get from online, and we probably want to wrap up the panel and almost the day. So thank you everyone for sticking around to the end of day 2. Is the patient stories. Now, the online group are starting to share links to their specific stories. And this is something that Court has done really well in the past. We've had a speaker's corner at one of our conferences in, I think it was in Ottawa, if I remember correctly. Is there a way to bring all of those stories together? I mean, Terry, you made most of this room cry with your story. So part of it by happiness. Is amazing what you got through, but how can we transpose that energy and those individual stories into something that's so powerful that the people have to listen? Well, we got Crystal.
YouTube.
YouTube.
A YouTube page, a YouTube library.
Okay.
With access on the Cord website, a link to that.
That's a great suggestion. And then we've got this CanadaForRare.ca campaign that's still active and online. And between now and the end of February, because one of the worries, I talked about it earlier yesterday, is that this 500 million that's coming from Ottawa, you know, we haven't seen where exactly it's going to go. Court knows where we want it to go. But until that actually gets out and starts, energizing what we've all talked about and started to build, we need to keep this noise level up, and that's dependent on everyone in this room. So I don't know, Durhan, do you want to close the panel out by saying this is how patients are going to get loud?
We go back to what we've been talking about all along, right? You need to have patients at every level. You've got to have genuine patients. You've got to have genuine stories. You've got to be able to push them out there, because as Terry demonstrated, that's what drives, the support. That's also what drives some of those donations, et cetera. But beyond that, then, David and I've always talked about the fact that it doesn't matter how loud, noisy you're outside, unless you can get inside the room, unless you can get to the table, nothing happens. And that's the goal, is to be able to get to the table, to be able to make the case at the table. And to do that, you have to take along your healthcare professionals. You have to take along, some of the people that are knowledgeable about how policy works. You got to take along people that the people on the inside will listen to, right? You don't ever wish anybody ill, but you often think, wouldn't it be great if all those people sitting on the other side, we could identify those who had children with rare diseases or had rare diseases in their family, and they're the ones that actually, and they often are, right? Those are the ones that begin to kind of say, okay, I get it, and I can come on side. And you don't want to expose anybody, you want to put anybody on the spot, but that's what happens. You got to get people on the inside. And then you got to do, I think, what we're hearing here and what Hemophilia did really smart, and that is to say, we need to drive those agendas ourselves. We need to create the mechanisms. We have to create the documents. We have to, as we keep saying, we have to set the table and invite them to our table, because then we are fully, not only participate, but we can decide what's on the menu. Now, we got to get them there, and we got to get them to participate. We got to get them to eat the damn feast. But other than that, we have to, be able to take charge in that way. But we have to bring in something credible to it. And that's where all the professionals and all the other policy work, and I'm saying the economics as well, that's all is part of it, right? We got to set the table with credibility there in order to make sure we move it forward. So, at the end of the day, if I'm serving your needs, and I'm able to demonstrate that this is actually going to be a net gain in terms of the investment, how can we lose, right?
There you go. So why don't you join me in thanking the final panel of the session. Very inspiring. And what do you want to do next, Durhan, to close it out?
Well, we'll close it out to thank you. And the resources that people talked about here at the table, certainly with Sherry's work, certainly with the work that you're doing, Danielle, certainly with the work you're doing, Crystal, in terms of helping to bring the patient stories together. All of those are available as links. We really hope people take advantage of it and actually grow from what it is that we're talking about here. So huge appreciation for people working on the ground to help us do that.
You want to try to summarize what we talked about? In about literally 2 minutes and 30 seconds over the 2 days?
Oh, sure. That would be just a piece of cake to do. No, I hate those kinds of things, because I think all of you that have been here really have hopefully created some really powerful steps for you as well. We're going to continue to open up. Thierry and his group with Maestrin are going to host on the 16th. A workshop, a 3-hour workshop on developing the research network. We've got offers in terms of ways in which the patients can get involved at at different steps. We're going to be on a real mission between now and next March to really put as many pieces together as possible. And you heard it from the very beginning, right? We're talking about these centers of excellence, or whatever we're going to end up calling them. We're talking about the importance of making sure we have those building blocks, the patient registries or patient platforms. We need to make sure that we have an ability to be able to capture, the benefits in terms of the therapies. And I still am very much compelled of talking about what's the value of the treatments, what's the value of the investment, and how do we actually return that back into actual economics that are going to be compelling. So we've got all those pieces that we need to build out. We talked a whole lot about the importance of having, these pathways, and we just touched on it today. But we are going to have to work in terms of looking at the models and what are the viable pathways that, again, going back to some of these therapies. So I think we had, some really good examples of how that works. And, and also, what can we do to foster research in Canada? That is something that certainly I think Minister Duclos is very convinced about. Certainly, I think what you heard in terms of the research, Canadian Research Panel, that was amazing. I mean, if we look at what Terry was able to do in terms of a gene therapy program, the US NIH has a bespoke gene therapy program. We could do that because this is not something that requires huge, investments in the same sense as some of the pharma. So what can we do, right, in terms of research and development can be done within our institution? So I think we've got, lots of the building blocks and pieces there. Joan, you suggested earlier that we need to have working groups around this. Which is a great suggestion. It doesn't mean, though, that we have to find people that are willing to step up and do the work. But but if we can do, a huge amount between now and March, I think we're actually in a position where we can raise the flag on something. We're not real sure what yet, but we really want to make sure that, come the end of fiscal year 2022, going into 2023, we're able to say, yes, we have successfully launched Canada's rare disease drug strategy, and this is what it looks like.
Durhan, do you want to give a special shout out to Health Canada? We now have a Director General apparently for rare diseases. Christine has been here the entire conference to represent, but you brought a great team as well. This was not happening 3 or 4 years ago in terms of the number and the commitment. It's, I don't know if you want to give one quick, because that's where a lot of it's not just from the outside in, they're here as well. And Cadatha, Lori Lambert has been here for the entire time as well. This is they're with us. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's absolutely the case, right? I mean, that's where the winning comes, right? You work outside the system, you work within the system. And, at the end of the day, if you don't have the system working with you, it's not going to go anywhere. And we all know that. But the question is, how do we get to that point? And I think, Bill, that was absolutely a great reminder. Based on where we were, 3 years ago, we are so far down in terms of getting all of the pieces on board. And I really do want to give a shout out to both Health Canada, as you say, and to Cadatha, because there is a commitment there. There's a willingness to be there. We still need the provinces, quite frankly. So any of you that have great relationships in terms of some of these provincial jurisdictions or provincial ministries or provincial departments of health in there, let us know. We need to really, I don't think they're against this. I don't think they've just stepped up to it yet. And maybe they don't fully know what it is that we're providing yet. So I think we really need to make sure that we get out there. And that will be one of the things we need to do between January and March as well, is how do we better engage key people within those provinces?
Excellent. All right, your mission, engage with the provinces. Go to it. Thank you so much for staying for both days, for contributing. The onliners, the Zoom people, you were incredible as well, wherever you are across the country, around the world. We had about 40 people online both days, really contributing. Yesterday's workshops, we collected tons of input, written input. Francois has said that he's got an opportunity to transcribe all of those. So there will be an outcomes report from all of the work people did at their tables yesterday. There was tons of mentions of resources, patient training and links. We're going to do our best to compile those as well and put those out with the thank you note to everyone. So thank you for all coming, and thanks Durhan for setting an amazing menu for a couple of days of discussions that have really moved the ball forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Bill, as well, though. I could never do it without Bill, and Bill knows that. So I think we've got this dog and pony show somewhat down. Do you want to say something as well? Yes.
That's right. The Ipsos Canada survey is open through to November 28th. David, still on the line, was talking about data. That is the core data patient caregiver survey. You've got an incredible database if you haven't sent it out. That's a reminder to all of the patient organizations in the room that have those email lists to send out to the folks in your communities. It's for patients and caregivers. Please do so. Thanks very much.